Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting for Monday, July 11th, 2022. It is 9 o'clock, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. In the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place. The land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, above, and in it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. With that, I have a couple extra comments I want to add before we proceed on our regular agenda. The first is we are doing something a little bit new now. I'm in the council chambers with our CAO and our clerk. And so I guess this we call junior hybrid methodology. There are three of us in council chambers around the table. Hopefully all the technology will work and that you'll be able to understand us. If there are any issues, please let us know right away. With that, I made reference to our CAO, Greg Mariotti, and I guess I should say welcome, because this is our first regular council meeting with you. Greg has been with us a whole week now, though it's probably felt like a month because you've been extremely busy trying to get up to speed. We say welcome, and I'm very much looking forward with you added to the staff. And I think this is a terrific addition. And I'd also like to thank Julie, our acting CAO the past half year, who is continuing as our treasurer. And so we haven't replaced one person with another. We just actually strengthened the team with a new addition, which I think is very exciting and very good for our group. And finally, and I'm sure you can't tell because the camera's so far away, but I'm wearing a tie that has giraffes all over it. And you may say that has nothing to do with the Township of Georgian Bay. And to the best of my knowledge, you're right, because I don't think that they are giraffes, a local animal. But it is the power animal, and I don't exactly know what that means, but the power animal of a brother-in-law of mine who is actually just now home after spending, well, more than half a year fighting cancer, in the last 6 weeks in a hospital they did a stem cell replacement, but then also while he was in the hospital, what the heck, let's do some bypass surgery on his heart. And so he's home, and I can't wait for him to get back to the township, because even though our township may not have medical facilities, we're not there yet, it's got to be the best place in the world to recover from whatever medical or for that matter, psychological challenges you may have. Come to our township, it's the place to be. All right, I have to ask all of you, any declarations of pecuniary interest? I'm seeing heads shake, so I'm going to take that as a no. We're going to start our day with a presentation from the Georgian Bay General Hospital Foundation. Nicole, Kraftscik, and Matt Lawson, I believe, are making that presentation. And I can see our clerk is busy bringing them on over.
I believe Christine Bagley will be joining us, as Nicole is off today.
Okay. I assume that means Ms. Kraftscik is not joining us this morning.
Correct. Christine is playing, she's pitch hitting for her.
Perfect.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Ms. Begley. Welcome. You're going to provide the presentation?
There, that's better. Yes, I will. I'll provide the presentation. And I just want to say thank you so much for allowing us to come in and say thanks to everybody. I'm Christine Bagley, the philanthropy officer at the Georgian Bay General Hospital. And with me is the interim CEO, Matt Lawson. And he took the helm officially last Monday, I think, Matt, or Tuesday. So he's here to answer questions if you have any through our presentation. First of all, I just want to say thank you to everybody for your support to our hospital. We're so fortunate to have an amazing municipal partners, and we're thrilled to be able to be here today to say thank you. The Township of Georgian Bay has made generous investments into our hospital, strengthening healthcare for our entire community. We know that for both the year-round and the seasonal residents, rattlesnake bites, boat injuries, and health crisis are a reality. You've chosen to equip our hospital to care for your residents when they walk through our doors. And we here at the hospital, the entire team, we're so grateful that you recognize that. I just want to give you a quick synopsis of the equipment that's been purchased in the last year because of your generosity. If you saw the previous slide, you've invested over $14,000 into our hospital. And that doesn't include the equipment that you transferred over from the Hoobers, $25,000 a few years ago. We've also been able to purchase 2 tonneau pens.
Can we interrupt for a moment?
Sure.
Unfortunately, we're not seeing the slides.
Oh, no. I thought I had sent them over to, did I not send that presentation? So let me see if I can.
We do have it. Generally, whoever's presenting shares their slides.
Okay, let me see if I can share. Sorry. Trying to work off 3 screens and one really obnoxious mouse. Can you see the presentation now? Let me see. Can you see it now? I'll get my notes. Are you able to see the presentation now?
Well, we're seeing a screen.
Yeah.
Oh,
there we go.
There you go.
Sorry. Sorry about that. So the slide previous to that I'll show you is over $14,000 has been donated to the hospital by your township, and $25,000 in addition to that was equipment that was transferred over from the Hoobers. So the last year, we've been able to purchase a few pieces of equipment, including these that I'll go over. Tonneau pens in the emergency department. A tonometry is a diagnostic test using the tonneau pen, which is shaped like a large marker. Each of these are worth $5,000, and it measures the pressure inside your eye, which is called the intraocular pressure. This measurement can help the physicians at Georgian Bay General Hospital determine whether or not you may be at risk of glaucoma, and it's an important piece of diagnostic equipment. It can also be used for the trauma cases where high intraocular pressure occurs and the eye specialists are required. So that piece of equipment is used quite substantially in our emergency department. We were able to provide $2 million of funding for the Care4, which is an electronic patient medical record system. So we partnered with our GBGH, Royal Victoria Regional Health Center, Collingwood General Marine, and Orangeville Hospital. And we were able to combine a patient record for one file. So it's easier for the patient when they have to go to a variety of hospitals. There's one patient record now. So thanks to the Mancini Foundation and other generous donors in the community, the foundation was able to invest $2 million towards the software upgrade to purchase all the vital supporting technology. It includes a portable workstation, cordless scanners, tablets, label and barcode printers, dictation microphone, and a single sign-on system that replicates each team member's digital desktop across any computer with the tap of a badge. So it makes it a seamless transition for the patient and the physicians and the caregivers across those 4 hospitals. We were able to purchase 2 blood gas analyzers. These pieces of equipment are worth $13,000 each. Thanks to Nick and Marina Baduras at OPA Catering, the world famous stock lunch in Penetang, and everyone who made a donation to the Giving Tuesday, which we do every year in December, we were able to purchase 2 of these pieces of equipment. And they were delivered to our laboratory earlier this year, and the team was really anxious to get them set up and ensure the accurate blood testing continues. So not only are the analyzers faster with more accurate results, but for the efficiencies, we'll actually save $24,000 in operating costs each year because of this equipment. Also, in the past year, we were able to provide a new microdebrider, which is a tool that allows for an expansion to the ear, nose, throat surgeries offered at Georgian Bay, a new transport isolate for our tiniest patients to travel safely from here to one of our partner hospitals, and a coagulation analyzer. That piece of equipment measures blood clotting characteristics, which is a critical measure for patients on blood thinners, stroke patients, preoperative surgery patients. It helps the physicians identify blood clots to determine the cause of some unexplained bleeding. So that just gives you a little bit of, what we were able to purchase in the last year for patient care. The future big projects that are on the horizon are mental health, a new build for the hospital, and continued equipment needs. We're actually looking at launching a campaign in the near future to bring 36 mental health inpatient beds to our hospital. And how you can help is just to tell your neighbors, friends, family, colleagues, and invite them to learn more about our hospital. We do need the loyal support now more than ever. Once we start looking into the future, it's about a $15 million investment that we will be doing into our hospital for an MRI, mental health, and equipment over the next few years. I'm going to open it up now for questions. If you have any questions, please, let Matt or myself know. Matt would probably have better answers than myself, but any questions?
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I greatly appreciate it. And I have to admit to everybody, I'm not used to having to unmute myself before I speak in this new format we're doing right now. Very odd. Council, I can't see all of you at the moment, but I'm wondering if anybody has any questions. Can we go through and go?
Yeah. Ms. Bagley, can you stop sharing your screen, please?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, I see that you've raised your hand. But you are muted.
There you go. No kidding. I'm sorry about that.
For you the same way it does for me right now.
Just like getting used to technology, and then things are going to change again. Christine, you mentioned a new build. Is that for the mental health section that you're talking about?
Yes, it is. It's
okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to stop share.
You have.
You got it, Christine. Yeah.
The new build, I'll let Matt talk about that.
Yeah. So we have I'll call it a 2-phased approach here. The first phase is this 36-bed mental health program that will be added on to the back of the emergency department built in 2012. And then the second phase of that, which will be the 10 to 15 year mark, would be an actual brand new hospital on the property just to the west of us. So mental health will be the bridge to that brand new hospital that will be all encompassing services, but mental health is that in between.
Forgive me for asking, but just to the west of you, isn't that the Canadian Tire?
Yeah, the other way, sorry.
Other way.
Oh, yeah, okay, gotcha. Thank you. You can tell I've been there.
You sound familiar with the area.
Oh yeah, we had an emergency here a couple of years ago, and the hospital was very accommodating, especially during, it was 2020, so it was COVID time, but everybody survived, which is great.
And Ms. Bagley, if I may, you started your presentation with some dollar figures of donations, but I presume those, well, I know those are directly from the township and through the township, but certainly does not include the individual donations made by many of our residents to
Absolutely not. Your residents, your seasonal residents are very generous and very supportive. They do recognize that when they come to the cottage, the emergency department isn't the first thing on their mind when they're traveling up 400, but definitely it's the first thing on their mind when they need it. And they do show time and time again the support of their generosity, that we're here for them. I can't divulge any who and how much, but your township has been very generous.
Well, I do know you have some definitely some active supporters within the township, because they've told me and encouraged. And Ms. Schneier, you seem to be flashing a piece of white paper in front of us with the figure 5,000 on it. Can you explain?
That amount is how much council approved in the 2022 budget to go to the Georgian Bay General Hospital Foundation. So we have a little check here for your check presentation, Your Worship.
Thank you.
So then next time you see us, you'll have to modify that first slide.
Absolutely.
Happily.
No, this is in addition to what was on our slide.
Yes, yeah. So it'll have to, the number will have to grow. So yeah, no, we're very pleased to present you with a $5,000. I like to consider it a token donation, but very much of the township support. And I strongly encourage all our residents to support the hospital to whatever extent you can. Having myself also used their medical facilities, I can tell you it was first-class service that I received.
It is. We've got a great group here of frontline caregivers, and we're happy to have them. And they do provide compassion and small town feel. So we're really proud of what we have here at the hospital. And thank you for your donation. That is going to be put to good use. So thank you so much.
Buy one more of those pens.
Yes.
Council, any other questions, comments? Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Christine, for the presentation. Good to see you again. Just a quick question. In the township of Georgian Bay, we pretty much exclusively use GBGH, and the hospitals that are funded through the district, which is Gravenhurst, Bracebridge, Huntsville, are the hospitals that we fund and we're supposed to use, but they're too far away. I'm just wondering, do you receive any support from the district of Muskoka towards your hospital, or do they strictly only fund the hospitals within their municipality?
I haven't seen any support come through from the district of Muskoka. We haven't engaged with them that I'm aware of, Brian, but we can certainly open up a conversation, although we're not in that that catchment. So we don't fall under that. We are under the county of Simcoe. Although it's a very unique township where Georgian Bay is, because they use our facilities because it's the closer, but you're in Muskoka. So it's complex. I don't know if Matt can speak to that or not.
Yeah, so the district of Muskoka does not have a similar, my understanding does not have a comprehensive program the way the county of Simcoe does for municipal kind of joint funding towards hospitals. They've done some smaller elements with the Muskoka Algonquin Healthcare and Westbury Sound, but it's certainly nothing that I'm aware of for us.
Okay, thank you for that. That's good information and something we can try and help get you support from the district as well too. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, I'm sensing you might make a couple of comments I was thinking of making. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier and Christine and Matt for your presentation. I like the question that was put forth by Councillor Bocek, as it is an important aspect to funding, should be from the District of Muskoka. I do sit on that council, and I think we have to figure out a way to get funding for the Georgian Bay General Hospital. So perhaps we can connect and figure out a way to get a presentation from you to the Health Services Committee and see if there's a way to get funding, because frankly, they are in a sense going outside of the, as I recall, they're going outside the district of Muskoka because it's Perry Sound or Muskoka as opposed to just Muskoka. And I think they do fund the Perry Sound Hospital. So one would wonder why we couldn't get support for your hospital. So I'd be happy to connect with you and see what we can organize. Was that sort of where you're going, Mayor, or was it something else?
Yes. Yes, and you know, just for everybody's information, we provide roughly 10% of the district tax dollars. And I've argued with them on more than one occasion that we should therefore receive roughly 10% support for the hospitals we use. And 2/3 of our township, the ambulance will take them to Midland, and the other third will take them to Perry Sound. And I know district funded some very minor program for Midland, 10 years ago or something, and a little bit more for Perry Sound. But I think what we need to do is organize an application to the district and ask them to fund something, a certain program, and I'd be happy to take that offline and organize some form of discussion.
If I could just add, Mayor, that sitting on the Health Services Committee, I can also maybe bend some arms or elbows or whatever I need to do next, maybe. But we'll figure out a way to get you some funding. Thank you.
Don't break anything; they'll end up in hospital.
That would be amazing.
They might.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Having a foot in the door would certainly be helpful.
All right. Well, thank you again for your presentation, and looking forward to hearing from you again in the near future with more progress, because I'm very impressed with all the work you've been doing at the hospital. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we're going to go on to our delegations. And our first delegation is Aaron Rusak from the Muskoka Watershed Council. So if he is on the list to be transferred over, I'd appreciate it.
Hello.
Okay, Mr. Rusak.
And I can share my screen. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Aaron Rusak, and I am speaking to you guys here today as a representative of Muskoka Watershed Council. I wear a number of hats, and today is my Muskoka Watershed Council hat. I sit on the council as the vice chair, and I'm coming to speak to you today about Muskoka Watershed's council's work that we're doing this year, and kind of a bit of what we've done in our 20 years of championing watershed health. So our purpose is to champion watershed health, and we do that through a number of different programs, and as well as education and outreach. So I'll be talking about some of our initiatives today. And our goal is to sustain and enhance the water and terrestrial ecosystems of the area. So terrestrial ecosystems is an important part of that we often forget when we're talking about watersheds, because as the name says, we think more about the water than the rest of it. But the terrestrial ecosystems are also quite important. And we enhance these for the environmental, health, economic, spiritual, and intrinsic values they provide. So we operate across the district of Muskoka, but because watersheds don't follow district boundaries, our areas of interest include areas outside of Muskoka as well. So you can see the two watersheds that we're concerned about. We have the Muskoka River watershed in green, and then the Black Severn River watershed in that purpley color. And as you can see, the watersheds do stretch outside. We have it going, up north into the township of Perry, the town of Kearney, township of the archipelago, and then extending south as well. And the reason we do outreach to all of these areas is things that happen upriver in the watershed, so things that happen in the township of Algonquin Highlands, do have a trickle-down effect to the rest of the area. So the watershed is important no matter what jurisdiction it falls under. And as we've especially been learning during COVID times, the environment is our economy. So there was a economic development and community profile completed in March of 2019, showing that tourists spend around, well, more than $500 million annually. And you can see how that's broken down. My guess is since COVID times, this was done before COVID. I think post-COVID, this has only increased. I've seen, for example, Hardy Lake Provincial Park near Gravenhurst used to have almost no visitors and now has people parking along the highway because the parking lot gets full by about 9 in the morning. So my guess is these 3.2 million visits have only increased, and a lot of it is outdoor sporting activities, enjoying the environment. So we operate by having a number of community partners. Before I sat as vice chair of the Muskoka Watershed Council, I was a representative of Muskoka Conservancy on it. And since I stepped down there, I'm now, well, I was a community member at large, and now I'm the vice chair. So we have other environmental charities that are part of Muskoka Watershed Council. We have district representatives. We have representatives from the towns and townships, and then just the general members at large. And we meet about once a month to discuss the issues and talk about some of the initiatives we're taking. So our current initiatives, the biggest focus right now is integrated watershed management. And this is a really large undertaking we're doing. And this is looking at integrating the environment, society, and economy into one management plan, one style of watershed management. Because as we learned with the flooding of, I guess, 3 years ago now, we can't just look at the environment. We also have to look at kind of all the impacts, how economy, society, and environment kind of work together. And how we need to manage with all of those things in mind. So we're looking at all of that. We published a case for it in January of 2020, and now we're kind of doing the work. And this work is being assisted by our community roundtable. This was founded about, I believe, 1.5 years ago. I also sat on that and still sit on it as a member at large. And this is a forum for community engagement. Like Muskoka Watershed Council, it has a number of different representatives, but this is looking at a much larger kind of, a larger number of sectors. So we have people sitting on it from the construction sector, again, municipal and provincial sector, tourism, lake associations. And what they do is provide comments on our current projects, focusing a lot on implementing integrated watershed management. So we have a number of projects that the district has put out. I sit on one of the task force that has kind of looked at some of the projects that we're doing. Some are natural heritage inventories. Some are looking at kind of general health of the watershed. And then from these projects, they'll be presented to the community roundtable, and then we'll inform how we want to implement integrated watershed management. And as always, we are seeking municipal engagement. If there's a representative here that wants to sit on the community roundtable, we'd be happy to have them. We also initiated a pilot program in 2019 and 2021 to collect and analyze water samples for blue-green algae. This is done by citizen scientists in a couple of started in a couple of lake associations. You can see the 5 pilot participants here. And in 2022, we've developed a monitoring method and are rolling that out to a number of other lake associations. And blue-green algae has been a growing concern over the past several years. And this is just a way to help us kind of understand why it's occurring, where it's occurring, and steps we can potentially take to prevent it. We have a few other initiatives. I'm not going to go into too much depth because I don't want to take up too much of your time, but we have a watershed report card that's done every 4 years. This can be found online. The last one was 2018, and we'll be publishing one in 2022 this year. And it just goes through the watershed and the health of the watershed and a number of different kind of factors. So talks about phosphorus, calcium, interior forest health, and a number of threats as well. And then we have the Love Your Lake program, which again, we've been partnering with lake associations to restore natural shorelines in some cases, to assess the health of the shoreline and the lake, and to help them take steps to make sure their lake is staying healthy for everyone. We also have a couple publications. Living in Cottage Country was published a number of years ago, and we submitted some official plan recommendations as well, and took part in the Muskoka Earth Festival this past May. So that's kind of the gist of my talk. I tried to keep it as short as possible, and I'm open to any questions if people have some.
Well, thank you very much. You were well under the 10-minute limit. Clocked in about 7 minutes, give or take half a minute or so, because I'm not that precise. And greatly appreciate all the information. And we'll start with Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kotsir, and Aaron, thank you for your presentation. Your name is quite distinctive. Are you the same Aaron that's involved with the Georgian Bay Land Trust?
I am. I have a large number of hats. I work full time and sit on 3 boards. So,
but are you not actually an employee of the Land Trust?
Yes, I am. I'm the protected areas manager there.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that you're the same fellow. We haven't met, but I'm delighted that you've joined the Land Trust, and but I do have some questions. That was the main reason for the discussion, just to clarifying which hat and where you are. So,
yes.
Just with respect to the Watershed Council, I think they do terrific work. I'm hoping with you as the vice chair that there'll be more and more integration with the township of Georgian Bay, and specifically Georgian Bay, just in that, and I believe you're also, aren't you a seasonal resident on Georgian Bay as well?
Yeah, we have a cottage and go home.
Good, so we can really twist your arm. So with that in mind, I guess there's a couple of things. As you are well aware, we have quite a bit of work being done along the coast of Georgian Bay by Dr. Pat Fraser, who's been working with us for working in our area for over 20 years. And so there's a lot of very important environmental areas, wetlands, both on the coast of Georgian Bay, but inland as well. And one of the things that I've been harping on about at the District of Muskoka, since that's one of my hats, is with respect to getting more information as it pertains to not so much flooding, but water levels on Georgian Bay. And we've had certainly flooding in Muskoka, and there's been a lot of attention paid to that, where there's flooding one year, maybe every 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and it might be a couple of feet. We've had a 7-foot swing on Georgian Bay from 2013 to 2020, which I'm sure you're well aware of, but we don't have all the information we need. And one of the particular pieces of information we need is bathymetric imagery. And I'm very anxious to understand if there's some ways that you can put some, turn up the burners, so to speak, on the District of Muskoka with respect to getting that imagery. I know there's some work planned for the near future on some of that imagery, but I think it's really critical that we get that for Georgian Bay. Can you respond to that, please?
I can. I believe, so I'd have to look into what is currently being flown. I know there was plans to fly Georgian Bay in, I think, 2021. I don't know whether they were flying bathymetric at the time, or whether it was just general LiDAR. So I can definitely take that recommendation. I 100% agree with you. I mean, I think we should have bathymetric imagery flown for all of Muskoka. But I think there should definitely be more representation from Georgian Bay. So I will take that feedback back. I don't know, I can't speak to exactly what's been flown. And I believe there potential for some to be flown as part of the integrated watershed management that we're doing. But my task force wasn't responsible for that section of the projects. And if it has been flown, it will likely be presented to the community roundtable probably at the end of this year.
So if I may just, Mayor, follow up quickly on that. There's one other thought for you in terms of chasing this down, is to liaise with Dr. Pat Shaw-Fraser and Mary Muter, who's coming up next, I believe. It's my understanding that the federal government has actually done some of this bathymetrics. It's prying the information out of the federal government. So I think that's where you could also help us and make sure that we get some of that. But the bathymetric imaging is apparently quite expensive to do, because basically you're trying to get a picture of what's going on underneath the water. Something very critical for Georgian Bay, not only because of the wetlands, but also because of the huge fluctuations we have in water levels. And, you know, just from a development perspective, we don't want development where people in low water years can't get to their property. We shouldn't be developing that kind of property. So it's important for us to know that information. So I just wanted to cover that off with you and see how you might be able to help us. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. And Aaron, thank you for your presentation. I do want to bridge a little bit away from Muskoka to Georgian Bay. Quite bluntly, I guess the two areas are somewhat different. There's a lot of chemistry difference in Georgian Bay than there is in generally the inland lakes. You may know that from your Go Home Bay area experience. But picking up on what Councillor Cooper was just talking about with the water level swings, the Environment and Climate Change Canada recently produced a report. I would assume that you have it. It's talking about horrific future states where water levels could be a meter higher than we've ever had, a meter lower than we've ever had, or even worse. It would appear that this is a bigger problem than Muskoka, but it would also appear that there is a need for significant groups, perhaps like yours, and others and townships to band together with American entities to try to make some progress on these middle two Great Lakes that have no water level controls. Could you just give us a little snapshot on what your exposure is to this topic and what kind of guidance you might see from one of the organizations you're involved in?
Yeah, I haven't worked too much with our American counterparts, but I can kind of give my 2 cents on that thinking. And I agree it's going to be a huge issue. I think I sit also on a climate change kind of working group that is looking to actually assess climate change across all of Muskoka, which does include Georgian Bay. And the predictions are not great. They're looking quite scary. So it's really hard to say exactly what's going to happen and the timing that it's going to happen. But I think there's a disparity of information, or at least ecological information we have in Muskoka versus Georgian Bay proper. We really don't have as much data in Georgian Bay, especially this side of Georgian Bay, as I would like to see. So I'm seeing swings in vegetation in our coastal marshes where what has never grown cattails before is now suddenly growing cattails. And why that's happening, I don't know. But it's something that we should definitely be attempting to understand a little bit better, because our coastal wetlands are going to inform us and be the main mitigation for these giant swings in water level changes. So I can't say of anything that we're particularly doing outside of this integrated watershed management to look specifically at Georgian Bay, but I'm hoping that myself, as a more Georgian Bay focused person now, will be able to bring Georgian Bay's voices to these conversations and allow us to have a much bigger kind of say in what's happening in our watersheds.
Thank you for that. Can I ask an additional question here? I was very intrigued with one of your slides where you stated the environment is the economy. And I'm intrigued in that from a Muskoka perspective, there's lots of industry in Muskoka. In our township, there's almost none. Almost all of the commercial entities in our township are focused on either servicing cottagers, building their buildings, taking their waste away, doing things like that. So it's probably on steroids, the statement that you made that the environment is the economy in our community. But I'm interested that you've got that as your number one statement for all of Muskoka, and I'm perhaps a little, I'm delighted, number one, but I'm also a little confused with all the industry that you have in these towns and cities in Muskoka. How did you get consensus for having that as your kind of key statement and key driver?
I guess I can't speak to that too much because I don't know what that development profile really illustrated. In my opinion, I think tourism is the main fundraiser for the District of Muskoka. Tourism has always been the highest, and from my own personal experience, I've seen most people come to Muskoka not necessarily for the shops or for our historical landmarks. It's for the environment. They want a place that they can hear loons, that they want a place where they can swim, where they can take hikes. And I think that framing the environment as our economy is really important in Muskoka. And I think it's a way to engage a large number of people who might otherwise be uninterested in what we're doing.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you. Councillor Cooper, you've already had a turn. So if you're brief, or I'm going to have to cut you off in fairness to everybody else. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just very briefly on that point, Aaron, I would like to point out that there's a bit of a confusion in the District of Muskoka with respect to what a tourist is. And I know that Muskoka Tourism, for example, considers seasonal residents tourists. And tourism, if that's the case, then it's our biggest economy. We have to remember, however, that our seasonal residents aren't really tourists, they live here. And so I think it's an important point to understand. And frankly, in the township of Georgian Bay, tourism plays a bit of a role, but the major economic driver is a seasonal resident. Pretty clear. So I just think it's an important distinction that needs to be also understood by the Muskoka Watershed Council. Thank you.
If I may add to that, the recent study, like I say recent, a few years back study they did in the rest of Muskoka, they found that the seasonal residents there actually contribute to the economy far more than the visiting tourist. I forgot the ratio, but it was significantly more. Anyway, with that, I want to say thank you very much, Mr. Rusak, for your presentation. Greatly appreciated, and thrilled that you've joined the Land Trust, if I may add that in as well, even though that's not part of your presentation today. And looking forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
All right, we have one more delegation, and that is from Ms. Muter, who is going to speak on behalf of your Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation and do a water quality report update. Ms. Muter, I see you're being brought over. All right.
She's good.
All right, I see the first page of the presentation in front of us. I haven't heard Ms. Muter's voice yet. Ms. Muter, you are muted.
There, can you hear me now?
Now we got you. Yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'll try to go through. I've got a lot of material to get through, and I appreciate following Aaron. I think these things, this work is related. First to thank you for your financial support for this work. I basically, now I can't move my slides. Why can't I move my slides? I am screen sharing. Oh, there we go. Okay. So these two slides you've seen before, this is last year, 2021. There were 70 sites that we collected samples from. And we've been doing this, comparing it to the 10 years of work led by Dr. Carl Schiefer. And you can see we ended up with hotspots, particularly focused in the Honey Harbor area and down in the Oak Bay area. With two particularly high spots, 400 to 6,397 E. coli found in water samples. These exceed Health Canada's guideline for safe use of water for recreational use. So after looking at all of this, Dr. Chow-Fraser said, why don't we focus in 2022 on hotspots? So, again, this just shows you the sites that we sampled in 2021. So now just once a year, we are going to sample at all of those sites, but instead a focus on the Honey Harbor and Oak Bay area for this summer. And particularly, we want to try and collect samples after heavy rainfall, i.e. runoff from the land, because that's when we also found elevated, particularly total phosphorus levels, but also bacteria. And we noted that during higher water levels, during low water levels, there was less exchange of water in enclosed bays, and therefore the nutrients and bacteria became concentrated. We fear now with water levels going down, we could return to those same conditions. So we're sampling at 50 sites this summer, and the bacteria testing is being done using McMaster's own equipment. The total phosphorus water samples are collected, frozen, and taken back to the Chow-Fraser lab at McMaster. We are testing for nutrients, E. coli, and total coliforms. The other thing that's new this year is, for a long time, people have said, oh, the bacteria levels are high just because there's a beaver here or there's Canada geese flying by or nesting nearby. So Pat Chow-Fraser has partnered with Dr. Tom Edge, a retired scientist from the Canadian Centre for Inland Waters. And they are doing what they call microbial source tracking. And with that method, they are going to be able to determine if the bacteria is human or animal sourced. They are also testing using a syringe full of water. And this is a new protocol that's being developed, and they're trying that out on inland vernal pools first. And it will probably take a couple of years, but eventually Dr. Chow-Fraser hopes to be able to have volunteers trained to do that work. Because you can see the current testing, microbial source tracking is costing $5,000 a year. That may not be sustainable over the long term. So Dr. Chow-Fraser is figuring out an alternative. The other thing you heard about testing for blue-green algae, we are also testing putting glass plates into nearshore waters in secure locations well marked and identified. These plates are then collected, put into preservative, and taken back to the university for analysis. This will all become much easier this year. The results were very difficult to determine because the labs at McMaster were shut down because of COVID. So the graduate students were not allowed into the lab until March, and there was then a big rush to try and do work in a couple of months that normally takes about 6 months. So we will be reporting back on this work to assess algal growth. Quickly, I just want to talk about water levels because they're so connected to water quality and obviously water quantity. So just want to bring you up to speed. The report from Environment Canada and climate change has already been mentioned. But this graph is showing the difference in range between Lake Superior and Lakes Michigan and Huron and Georgian Bay. We pressed for many years for the US Army Corps to use similar scales for reporting these levels. And up until very recently, they shrunk the Michigan Huron graph so that our range looked like it was similar to Lake Superior. You can see the Lake Superior is tightly held to a 4-foot range, whereas our range is approximately 6.5 feet. So their future water level predictions were reported in a week-long series of webinars at the beginning of April. It was a 5-year project, a multi-million-dollar project. They delayed the release of the report, including the webinars, many times. So we decided to get our Baird Report 3 updated in time for the webinars, and we held our own webinars. The Baird Report is led by Dr. Rob Nairn, who actually is a cottager way up in Beaverstone Bay. He listened to the Environment Canada and Climate Change webinars and provided his comments to us. He is internationally respected coastal control engineer, hydraulic engineer. The work that he does around the world is incredible, but he has continued to be interested in what's happening on Georgian Bay. Rob Nairn does not believe that the global climate change models were ever intended to be scaled down to an area the size of the Great Lakes. I asked questions during the webinar. The Environment Canada and climate change scientists admitted that they did not consider conveyance change in the St. Clair River, nor did they consider the cycles that we know exist for water levels in the Great Lakes. So this is what Environment Canada predicted, that we will move our upper range in the lower climate change scenario, 2 feet above 2019-2020 levels, and 3 feet below 2013 low levels. But the more likely scenario puts it even at a more extreme range of 7 feet above 2019-20 levels and 3.5 feet below 2013 levels. These numbers are taken from a slide that was provided by Environment Canada after the webinar was over, because it was extremely difficult to understand what this man was presenting. And a lot of questions were asked, so they then provided this. So that's basically what their predictions are. So if you compare that to the work from Baird Report 3, they used a series of trends for water levels in the Great Lakes. They added in things like the North Atlantic Oscillation, which affects North America climate, and also the La Nina effect in the Pacific Ocean. So this is where we're likely to head to by 2013. And you will all remember this scene. Our concern is that this report has been released, but they said absolutely nothing about what might be able to be done to alleviate these extremes for the Middle Lakes. These extremes, they are not predicting to happen on Lake Superior or on Lake Ontario simply because they're regulated. And for instance, Lake Superior during high supply conditions, they will simply discharge additional water off of Lake Superior. And when it's low, they'll hold it back. So I just want to let council know that this past spring, we requested $1.5 million from the federal minister, Philippe Champagne, to be able to collect St. Clair River bathymetric data to determine what conveyance change has taken place recently, given the recent major ice jams in the St. Clair River. And then we would like to retain WF Baird to develop a model of the St. Clair River to determine how to stabilize the riverbed and determine the best flexible measures to retain water in the Middle Lakes during low flow conditions, but not interfere with high supplies or shipping. Georgian Bay is, I don't think I even need to say this to you, is entirely within Canada and is significantly impacted by the extreme range of water levels. Canada needs to engage. If Georgian Bay was in the US, as Carl Schiefer said, it would long ago have been recognized as a national ecological reserve. The time to act is now. Anything that the Township of Georgian Bay Council could do to support this request, we would appreciate it very much. We've had discussions about this with Rob Nairn. We've identified a professor at Guelph University that would be able to do a peer review of this work. And the fact is, we don't have an agency in Canada like the US Army Corps. The US Army Corps offices at Detroit, we have a close working relationship with them. They have been trying to collect bathymetric data of the St. Clair River since 2015. They are struggling. They're still trying to collect data and verify it that they actually collected last summer. Until we have that information, we can't really tell what's going on there at this important connecting channel. So the only other thing, I just want to go back to what Councillor Cooper said about getting bathymetric data. Environment Canada, as part of that big 5-year multi-million-dollar study, did assess a few Georgian Bay wetlands. I took them into a large coastal wetland and I hosted them at our cottage for several days while they did the assessment. They had land elevation equipment. I asked if they were collecting bathymetric data. Oh, they said, we're relying on our own LiDAR data that's been collected. And only during the webinar, when I asked the question why no coastal wetlands were included in their assessment of wetlands resiliency, only then did they admit that they had to pull all of that work out because the bathymetric data collected by Environment Canada could not read through dense wetland vegetation. Therefore, they had no depth measurements, so they were unable to model whether our wetlands could move in and out during these extreme ranges. So that's where we are. We'd like to take this down a better path. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Muter. 12 minutes this time, so you almost got to the 10 minutes, so I congratulate you on that. But very important information and greatly appreciate you presenting it. And with that, if we can stop sharing the screen, and then I can see all of council, because it's quite possible somebody may have a question or a comment to make. I see Councillor Cooper's hand go up first. Yet again, Mr. Jarvis, you must not be on the ball this meeting.
It's really difficult to get in front of Councillor Jarvis, but I manage occasionally. All joking aside, I thank you, Mayor and Mary Muter, for this presentation. I guess a couple of quick things. One is that it strikes me that for many years we've heard that, and I'm referring to your water testing, we've heard that any sort of information we've had related to human versus animal or bird and water impacts is that, you know, because of that ambiguity, there's been a lack of really good information. But what we are now going to be seeing, as I understand it from the work that you're doing with Dr. Pat Shaw-Fraser and with McMaster, is we're going to be knowing now in the future this microbial sourcing or source tracking, I think you called it. And that strikes me as a huge game changer. So there won't be any opportunity in the future to say, well, it's Canada geese. We can say it could be human if the tests come out that way. Is that what I'm getting? This is a really, really big deal. That's my first question.
That is correct. This is a form of DNA testing. I think that Dr. Shaw-Fraser first considered partnering with another Professor McMaster who has a secure DNA lab, but the cost of doing it that way was absolutely atrocious, right out of the ballpark. So in her very creative way, she got in touch with Dr. Tom Wedge and figured out this other method. It is also DNA, so they're trying different methods of doing it, but they collect large samples of water. They force it by a pump through a fine filter. That filter is put in a preservative and taken back to the secure lab for DNA testing. And yes, we will be able to identify, in some cases, actually what animal, if it is an animal, or whether it's a human.
So thank you for that. And Mayor, if I just may briefly add, so as the short answer is a real game changer and very important. The second question I had, I'd heard that some of the work that's being done by Dr. Pat Shaw-Fraser and some of her students is revealing some interesting information with respect to sort of, this is a different matter altogether, but turtle sort of tracking, shall we say. And particularly, I understand the First Nations are quite interested in some of the information that your students are pulling out about turtles. Could you give us a 1 minute-er on that?
Yes, we are very excited about our turtle work. We did get a large grant from the federal government for this work. And Mooster Point First Nations are very much part of that. They have 2 interns that are working with the McMaster graduate students. The tracking devices that have been placed on the turtles, they're GPS tracking devices. They're just absolutely tiny, half the size of the very end of your baby finger. They get attached onto the side back of turtles. Then students find them and they remove the little recording device and they download it onto a larger chip that then can be put into a computer. The movement of these turtles is absolutely incredible. MNRF requested that the tracking take place 2 or 3 times every week, beginning in April, which has been pretty demanding schedule to fulfill. Of course, as soon as ice is out, I was up here with them. And the Moose Deer Point First Nations are incredibly excited with what they're learning. They now, along the side of the road where turtles have laid their eggs, they have placed cages around them and put flags up to prevent them from being driven over or eaten by other animals. There is an amazing partnership with the Turtle Rescue Center down in Peterborough. Unfortunately, a turtle full of eggs got driven over at the marina. The turtle was quickly taken to a vet in Aurelia. The eggs harvested and they are being hatched at the Turtle Recovery Center. They will be brought back and put into the water where they were found. The Moose Deer Point First Nations interest is this incredible, but also I have developed a very close working relationship with the woman who's in charge of their lands, Colette Isaac. She is incredible supporter of this work and understands, I have to say, the cottagers' support for this. She sees as cottagers versus McMaster University, but that doesn't matter. She signed on to the application form for this grant. And so the 2 Moose Deer Point First Nations interns are being paid via this grant. So very exciting. They're having trouble controlling the enthusiasm of their people. They are constantly reporting. They finally got the message that we don't want them to bring turtles to their offices. to leave them where they are, to take photographs and give us the coordinates of where they are. So we're tracking not just species at risk turtles, but also snakes and any other wildlife that, that the First Nations identify. It's all being recorded by a doctoral candidate, Kelton Adderley Heron, who's doing an overview of species at risk wildlife present on coastal communities. So thank you for the question.
Thank you very much for that information. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Yanko, please.
Yeah, I just want to get a word in here. I think, Mary, you and your group can be very proud of yourselves for the work you've done. I really appreciate the information you provided. And talk about a wide range of scientific data that's being provided to us here. I think it's an understatement. Just the mention of the turtles on top of everything else is pretty impressive. I am obviously as concerned as anybody else with, I think, everything you've brought up. So it's stuff that we are very, very keenly interested in. And again, I applaud you for all the work that you and the GBGLF are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yanko.
Yeah, Mary, thanks for your presentation. As always, I always find your information fascinating and very informative. Just correct me if I'm wrong here, but on the bacteria DNA work, didn't David Sweetman and Georgian Bay ever do some work on this area? I think it was in the Honey Harbor area, and they basically found that the bacteria that they were finding the most of was natural background bacteria when they did the DNA work. Are you familiar with his work, and is that helpful with your project?
It's hard for me to answer that question. The work that we're doing with Professor Pachow Fraser is university research that has to undergo rigorous peer review. And all of her students all have peer reviewers that are overseeing their work on a regular basis. For water quality, there is a scientist at Canada Centre of Inland Water who is working with Jackie Vinden, the master student who's doing the water quality sampling. I can tell you this is incredibly rigorous review, and eventually it has to undergo further review in order to be published. I don't believe that GBF's work underwent that level of scientific rigor.
All right, well, I'm going to say thank you very much. Thank you very much for that information, and we greatly appreciate the presentation and the, I'll call it the bonus turtle report. I thought that was great, and we look forward to hearing an update on this year's work in the, hopefully in the autumn. Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Hazelton.
Just wanted to sneak in before Mary disappears. So Mary, I did see your comment about some action by our township to help support this initiative on dealing with water levels in the mid-Great Lakes. And rather than talk about it now, I'm sure Councillors Cooper and I will cycle back with you to get some recommendations on what kind of a action you would like us to champion, and then we can bring that back to a subsequent council meeting for consideration. But I think that's a very critical requirement that we can't be seen to be sitting by the wayside and then 20, 30 years from now watch our entire community disappear because of wide swings, additional swings in water levels that we've been hearing about. So thank you very much for bringing that to our attention again.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you again. And with that, I think, Council, we should move on to our consent agenda. I have moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council adopts the consent agenda of July 11th, 2022 as circulated. Councillor Hazelton.
Unmute. I would like to have a brief discussion about item number 8 under the Planning Council minutes. We can do that now, or we can do it later.
Will that prevent, or is it, will that affect your possible vote on whether we accept the minutes?
It won't. I'll accept the minutes, but I think it warrants a brief discussion, and whether we discuss it now or we add that as an item of new business, I think it's important that we talk about it.
All right, do you want to do it now or later? The discussion now? Okay, so I'm going to call for the vote, and then let's have the discussion on item 8 under the Planning Council immediately following the vote, and then we'll, before we go to our open forum and adoption of regular agenda, etc. All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, item 8, Planning Council. Councillor Hazelton.
Yes, thank you. One of the things that was part of the resolution that was passed in that item 8A is that the council urged the district council to reinstate 2022 barge pickup, etc. And I don't know who in staff were to reach out to district, but this is a huge topic that I know all of the Bay councillors are getting hounded on a regular basis, and I would like to find out what actions have been taken and what outcomes can be shared. Thank you.
I don't know if we have any staff member can speak to that at this point. I certainly know the request has gone into district, but I don't know what response we've had to date.
So, go ahead.
Sorry, Councillor Hazelton, through Mr. Mayor. I'll follow up and see where we're at, and I will let council know this week.
And I know that the Bay councillors would certainly appreciate that, and I certainly know our residents would. One of the things that we had discussed in that item was the potential for the township to engage with a local contractor to provide the service, and then sort out how we end up paying for it later, whether we bill it back to the district and then they bill it back to us, or whether we, however we do it. As I'm sure you're aware, there's a lot of talk in the community about the need for this, and I think it's appropriate to make it a reasonably high priority to follow up and find out very quickly what the district could do, because if they're not going to do anything, then that might, and if we learn that in the next week or 2 or 3, then we may have an opportunity to initiate something amongst ourselves here within the township.
All right, thank you. And I think with that, Madam Clerk, any registration for open forum?
We have none, sir.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of July 11th, 2022 as circulated. Any additions, deletions, comments? Councillor Wienkel, please.
Yeah, I'd asked for an item you could put on the agenda. For some reason, it wasn't put on the agenda. It's to do with the chip we get every month, and some of the communications that occur in there, specifically reports of concern. There were 3 of them in the last chip, and I just wanted to have a little discussion about is that the appropriate way of handling those issues.
Sorry, did you get that?
Yeah, sorry.
So that would be item 13C under new business.
Just call it CIP.
Yeah. All right. So be it resolved that council adopts the regular agenda July 11th, 2022, as amended to include under 13 new business item C on the CIP. All those in favor of the amended agenda. And that is carried. Thank you very much. All right. Let's do communication from council. And why don't we go in a reverse alphabetical order this time, and council can pay attention to see whether I know my alphabet at all. But I believe Councilor Rienko, you would be starting it if we do reverse alphabet, please.
I'm going to take a few minutes to get organized here. Maybe you can continue on. I wasn't prepared to go first.
All right. I'll tell you what, I'll start for a change, and then we'll go to Councilor Rienko in reverse alphabetical order. Had a very busy month, or mostly busy month. I say that because the few days leading up to the July 1st long weekend, most of our residents gave me a little bit of a break, and I appreciated that. Had lots of other things to do that week. Started back June 15th, a floating cottage meeting with the GBA and Severn Township and a number of other interested groups. I found that quite informative. That challenge, of course, is going to continue not only, I think, this year, but for numerous years before we get that worked out with the other levels of government. On the 14th, met with a group, Earth Roots, with regards to turtles and how we protect turtles on our roads. And basically, they were strongly encouraging us in any road work we do in the future to consider, I'll call them turtle tunnels and fencing to protect the turtles from the roads. On the 17th, had the pleasure of unveiling the Pride bench that has now been installed at the Port Severn Park. Beautiful weather, enjoyable unveiling. 21st, Indigenous Peoples Day. I got to spend a few hours of that at Moose Deer Point. They had set up in their arena numerous tables. And so we got to go around and learn lots of different things from different people there, everything from hunting to education to their medical services. To anyway, it was a great educational occasion, which I really appreciated their invitation. On the 22nd was a Biosphere Day for me. The morning was a climate action workshop, and the afternoon a staff appreciation day. And I found that all very informative. Great, as you well know, a great fan of the Biosphere. The 24th, I was at the MacTier graduation, which is always pleasurable to see the kids graduate and move on to their next level. I enjoyed meeting everyone there. The 25th with the Port Severn Reconnect, celebrating the fact that the bridge is now open after 2 years between what we call our township and Severn, and it's so nice to see that community as one again, even if they're split by municipal boundaries, because people who designed those original municipal boundaries didn't understand how people live, but that's just a side editorial. It was great to see that bridge open. The next day, I was at the Go Home Lake AGM. Again, great to meet everyone there. And they didn't have a huge amount of concerns, actually. They were, and what I did appreciate there is they were very complimentary of our bylaw services on Go Home Lake. Trying to keep track or tabs on the people who are camping on the East Shore, which is predominantly Crownland Lake. And they just go in and basically, if you're camping, they get your contact information so that people know that if they leave and leave a mess, it'll be followed up. So they're quite pleased about that. And on the 27th, I had a meeting with the Land Trust with regards to possible future easements. Well, one thing I forgot to mention about the Land Trust, back on the, I think it's the 14th, had their AGM, and it's official now. I'm no longer a director of the Land Trust. I did my 10 years, I'm gone, so that conflict of interest no longer has to be declared because it's over. And last week, we got a new CEO. I found myself in the office working with the CEO actively and meeting numerous, having numerous discussions. And one of the more interesting ones was on the Friday, the 5th, our lawyer, Peter Pickford, Pickfield and his colleague Colleen Leger came up and had a tour of the township. They've been working for us for 18 months, and I believe doing excellent work. And this is the first time that they've been in the township since they were hired. So I did learn that Peter Pickfield stayed at Blue Water Lodge, or whatever it was called, Blue Water Cottages in Honey Harbor when he was 10 years old with his parents. So you could argue he has a little bit of history going way back. See, we met with a couple of people with regards to the MacTier Food Bank on Wednesday afternoon, and I think we're working towards a short-term resolution, which I'm sure our CEO will update us on. No pressure. What else did I do here? Oh yes, the CCA AGM on Saturday morning was a great opportunity to meet lots of people from Cognition, which I greatly appreciated. Not to worry, Clerk Way, there's only 3 of us there, so we didn't have to declare a council meeting of any sort. And that's my update. Councillor Wienko, have you found your notes?
Yes, I have.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. On the 13th of June, we had an executive meeting of the SSCA to set budget guidelines for 2023, and that'll be going to the overall SSCE board shortly, so I really can't say much beyond that. I got a lot of correspondence on the waste management issue and a few road issues, but on the waste management, I attended the MacTier open house last week, and I was somewhat surprised at the amount of misinformation out there of what we're doing or trying to do with waste management. We had a number of people from the Bay there, from 12 Mile Lake Road, and from Go Home Bay and so on. So I think it's important when we continue with these programs at the Baxter Community Center this week and on Zoom next week, that we dispel a lot of this misinformation that's out there. And that's about it.
Well, thank you, Councilor Reagan, for a reminder. I forgot to mention that solid waste meeting. I found it quite interesting, both the good and the bad, as you say, trying to correct misinformation. I will mention here that one of the things that I announced along with our CAO at the meeting Saturday morning is that we are arranging a waterside, if you will, consultation next Saturday morning at the community church in Cognition, and so in Freddie Channel. So for those who don't want to make it down to the Baxter Ward, can't make it down to the Baxter Ward meeting this Thursday, we'll have another opportunity Saturday morning that we can collect information from them. Councillor Jarvis, I think we go all the way up to you for next in the reverse alphabet.
Yeah, I was going to suggest in the future you start from the middle of the group and move either way.
Okay,
that way I can go
next
first.
week, next month, we'll start with Councillor Jarvis.
The usual stuff, Committee of Adjustment. The team seems to be working very well together. I'm really happy with that group and the work that's going on there. I expect, though, that we'll be seeing a heavier docket as we move through the summer and the staff get caught up on things. But like I said, good group to be working with. I don't know who else took in the GBLT landmark speaker series on weather, but that was always entertaining. I'm trying to remember the chap's name that gave the presentation, but been a weatherman for years and was very, very animated in his talk on weather and the effects that obviously climate change are having on it. Library board, Al may be able to fill in a few gaps that I miss here, but library is moving ahead in leaps and bounds with our new CEO, Stephanie Clare. She has significant positive energy. You can see it reflected in the staff that work with the library, and it's very, very encouraging to see. Apropos of that, I helped out at the library board book sale on the 2nd of July. A number of new library members were signed up, and then Susie McGibbon, our board chair for the library, was made a presentation at the CCA AGM and signed up. I'm not sure what the number was, but there's a significant number of new members there as well. So all very encouraging, because there's word getting out finally through Stephanie, through Susie, through the rest of us, that the library is not just a building on a street that people can access physically, but they can also access electronically and get a number of different beneficial services through. So it's working out quite nicely. I think we'll see a big jump in membership as a result of that, and that should be really, really good for our bottom line. Very, very encouraging there. I also attended the Pride Bench unveiling. I think it would have been nice to see a few more people there, but I was very encouraged by the whole concept of that bench. It's something that's quite permanent and will be there as a wonderful reminder. The Lock 45 reopening was also a wonderful occasion, as noted by the mayor, and I thought it was kind of fun to meet up with a few of our counterparts in Severn Township, which is kind of neat. So I think that is it in summary for me. Yeah, that does it. Oh, of course, the CCA meeting was always a rather good occasion. I was able to spend some time with our new CAO as I brought him up from Honey Harbor and joined him and Councillor Cooper on a quick tour of the area. So he had a better idea of some of the things that we're dealing with around here prior to attending that meeting. That was it.
Thank you very much. And I think the name you forgot for that landmark series was David Phillips.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. Again, a busy month with lots of things going on. I had the opportunity to provide our new library CEO, Stephanie Clare, and one of her senior staff, Donna Jones, a boat tour of Honey Harbor, giving them a waterside view of our community, a little bit different perspective. I also, as Councillor Jarvis mentioned, attended the library board meeting. This was the first on-site library board meeting we've had in many years. So it was interesting and good to get together face to face. I also attended, as the mayor spoke, the GBA's multi-municipality committee on floating cottages. What's interesting there is the concerns continue, but there's really no solutions that we've been able to find at the moment. So the concerns continue. I was able to help out Dr. Pachow Fraser's water testing program by hosting two of her team at our cottage for the last week of June. They'll be coming back in August. Jackie Vinden is the lead there that Mary Muter spoke about. So it's actually great to be able to chat with these university doctoral students after the days end and just kind of get to know them a little better and understand water related issues. So that's very helpful for us. As most people did, attended the GB Township Special Council meeting. I attended with Councillors Jarvis and the Mayor, the Georgian Bay training session that we had. I also had the opportunity to review the OLT decision on the Morrow matter that we've been hearing about over the last few years. This was the first major win for our township at the OLT in years, a major win. And just simply put, the key factors coming out of the win are no docks and fish habitat at properties where there's no existing development. And number two, holds on property should be the last step in any consideration process. Site evaluations, environmental studies should be required before considering the lifting of a hold. As always, I report many calls and emails from residents that continues to go on. And lastly, COVID is not fully behind us. I have my granddaughter and her cousin up for the week. They were all excited about attending the Honey Harbor Day Camp. It has had to be canceled this week because of a COVID outbreak at Camp Kitchie. And so the kids are very disappointed and we're looking for other ways to entertain them. And there's an update for this month.
Perhaps you can introduce them to local politics.
Well, no, I've been trying to figure out how to get more involved in the library, and I keep hearing from Stephanie, well, just bring your grandchildren to the library. There's all kinds of things going on, and that's sadly something that I don't normally think about, but now that I need to, I am, and I think that visiting the library will be part of the program this week.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Douglas, you get to do at least 2 months worth here, if you're so inclined.
Well, it's been a little bit quiet on the movement activity as I broke a couple of bones in my foot. So I wanted to thank yourself, Mayor Coetzee, and Councillor Wienko for being present at some of my Ward 1 events that I was not able to make it to, including the Go Home Lake Association AGM this year. Most of my communications have obviously been by phone, as it has been in the past several months, actually. A lot of it has been complaints, actually, in regards to the Oak Bay community, and the ongoing building that's going on over there. And I'm sure we're looking into that and it's being addressed. But anyways, that's been probably the number one thing I've gotten phone calls on this month. Some concerns also coming in, and I would say it comes in, quite a few calls are coming in regards to bin retention and the waste management situation on, where it's going, and Councillor Wienko touched on that, on the misinformation. Also a lot of calls coming for trying to get a secure date for large object pickup, which we have a tentative date, but not a confirmed date yet, to my knowledge. Aside from that, was fairly much just a couple of comments from people on the bylaw attending on Go Home Lake anyways, in regards to the job that they're doing, and that it seems to be a lot more managed in a better way anyways this year. That's it for me. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Cooper, have I been doing the reverse alphabet correctly?
You're doing a fabulous job.
Well, thank you.
A, B, C, D. How I remember. Anyway, here we go. Busy times. I guess starting with the, since our council meetings, there's been quite a bit going on, including attending the AGM for the, by Zoom, for the Georgian Bay Land Trust organization I've been involved with for years. I sit as an advisor now, past chair of that organization. I'm very thrilled with what's going on there, and I want to thank our mayor, who sat as basically the treasurer for almost 10 years, well, for 10 years, and it's a really great contribution. So thank you for that. A few other things, a lot of discussion around a number of different matters related to planning, including shore road allowance and a variety of things related to that. District council meetings as usual, always fun stuff, including 3 or 4 meetings during the week of June the 20th. So that's what I have on my agenda for June, I think. And in July, a lot more activity, including a rather large social function in Cognachine. So a lot of the Cognachine community constituents, I call them my customers, and also attending a variety of other things, including special planning council meeting, and it's, as been referenced by 2 other councillors, the Cognachine Cottages AGM on Saturday. We had representatives, the chairs or presidents of the Georgian Bay Association, the Georgian Bay Land Trust, Georgian Bay Biosphere, on and on it went. So it was great to see all that sort of input and those organizations pitching the community. Great to see. I think that is it in terms of formal things, but a lot of communication from the community. As you can probably imagine, solid waste, particularly concerning the marina solid waste bins issue for coastal Georgian Bay is a biggie, along with the, I call it the large item pickup by barge is another issue that's very important to the community out on water access. So that's concerning, and hopefully we can get to some sort of solution. I wanted to also say that I wanted to thank Greg Mariotti and the mayor for, our CAO, Greg Mariotti, and the mayor for not only their efforts in a variety of different ways, but particularly I was excited to hear at the AGM for the Cognizant Cottagers Association, the initiative to have a water access meeting regarding solid waste out on Georgian Bay. That's going to be very, hopefully well attended, and I would think so, especially that so many people will be able to return home and it won't be dark, which can be a little bit disconcerting when you're out on the bay. So I think the Thursday night thing wasn't particularly helpful to that community, although I will be at the event this coming Thursday and see if I can make it home. Finally, I just, with respect to the meeting on the 16th, I wanted to say that I hope that there is a way, if we have some sort of formal information out of the township, to be able to allow either us or the township to notify the other cottage associations so that they can let their membership know. So specifically, I would think the north end of Honey Harbor, but also north of where I am today in Go Home Bay and Wawatasi in particular. I don't think 12 Mile Bay is going to be interested because they're almost all 12 Mile Bay is road access. So they would have attended up at MacTier. And I think that's it, other than to say, I just wanted to weigh in briefly on very important decision that came down last week with the OLT and the Moreau decision. That's big news and something that we need to follow, and particularly about the lifting of holds. And by the way, it's advice that we received about 18 months ago that we need to practice our lifting of holds in a different way. So that's my bit for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for your information, Councillor Cooper, I think Wednesdays are full moon, so the Thursday ride home, hopefully we'll have some natural light to assist.
Well, thank you for that advice, and I hope I don't go too squirrely under that full moon, but thank you.
Yeah, well, fortunately, the meeting is one day after the full moon.
I think I'll end up at Wasaga Beach.
Councillor Bocek, have we saved the best for last?
I highly doubt it. A little bit of a busy month. I also attended the reuniting of Port Severn East and Port Severn West with the bridge being open. Very important to us on the west because the liquor store was on the other side of the bridge and we had to travel a long ways to get around it. Attended a meeting with some folks, local folks in Port Severn about the floating barges. Big concern to them when they started to see them move a couple of weeks ago and move towards the Christie's Mill area. Got involved in that, and I think maybe the company that's manufacturing is starting to get the message, but pretty thick trying to get through with the message that they're not welcome. Anyways, met with a couple marina owners that are very concerned about the solid waste issue, not what's going to be happening in the future with solid waste, but what's happening currently with solid waste. I visited a couple of marinas where the bins were overflowed, tons of stuff laying all over the ground, and a blue truck with a district of Muskoka and a person sitting in it looking at it, not doing anything about it. Go figure. Anyways, been in constant contact with the folks out on Present Island about the large garbage pickup. That's an island in my ward that has a large population on it. There's multiple cottages, almost a little community of their own. They're very concerned that this large item barge pickup will be canceled indefinitely when there was a lot of promises made to them in the past, and those promises aren't being kept. Attended a fundraiser for Wendat, a very important community group in in Midland, which services our seniors from this area as well too. Spoke with a group of folks up on the north end of Gloucester Pool about the issues they're having with the planning department and trying to get a private road put through to service some of the lots that are up there. Looks like they're starting to get a little bit of movement through our planning department. Nice to see. And nice to see that our planning department is reaching out to people that have been waiting for months and months and months to have any communication with them whatsoever. I'm hearing reports from a lot of my commercial properties that yes, our planning department is finally reaching out and getting some movement on their applications. Again, to do with planning and building, I've had quite a few conversations with construction companies that we've made some changes in our building department with staff, and apparently the procedures and protocol that were in place kind of went out with the bathwater. Nice to see Mr. Fedori rejoining the team. Some of their concerns with what they wanted me to bring up was the waste of employee time. And we won't get into this in depth, but a typical example is when you do a septic application and your final approval is that they inspect to see that grass is growing on top of the septic bed. In the past, it was very easy just to send a photograph showing that there's grass growing on the septic bed instead of sending two people out in a boat all the way up there to go, oh yeah, there's grass growing on the septic bed. So we need to look at what we've done in the past, where we're going in the future, and make things certainly a lot easier for our constituents to move forward with their building plans. Outside of that, that's basically it. Running around talking to people. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. CAO Mariani, you get a turn. Oh. Your first turn at doing this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning again, Council. Very busy week, as Mayor Kutsu has said already. Had the pleasure of going out and visiting or attending the Cognition AGM. Had a lovely tour with Councillors Jarvis and Cooper on Saturday. Yeah, also attended the first public session on waste matters. So we have another one this coming Thursday. Mayor Kutsi and myself will be out there on the water again on Saturday, and there will be a Zoom again on the following Thursday. So very great first meeting, and look forward to listening in on the other public's thoughts there at those future meetings. Mayor Kutsi also mentioned about the food bank. Staff worked very quickly, very hard again last week to come up with a temporary solution while we wait for the installation of the permanent building. And so there will be a location within the library at MacTier that we will endeavor to get set up as quickly as possible. So that is forging ahead as well. I also wanted to bring up a few good news stories as well for staff for council to be aware of. And first, I'm going to turn the floor over to Chief Van Dam because he has a good news story on the MS side of things. So go ahead, Chief.
Thank you. I have three good news stories that happened here within the last couple of weeks that I think council needs to be proud of the job that they've done. A number of years ago, approximately 4 years ago, the township entered into some automatic aid agreements with our neighbor Muskoka Lakes. And in the last couple weeks here, that those plans have been activated several times. Once was for a structure fire in Muskoka Lakes on the Severn River, where we assisted them, and approximately a week later, Georgian Bay had a structure fire on the river, and Muskoka Lakes came down and supported ours response, and Fortunately, or unfortunately, we had a second emergency call out, and Muskoka Lakes was able to take that call and run with it. And then the third incident was a very serious motor vehicle collision with a 6-year-old little girl who is seriously injured, life-altering injuries. And our bylaw department happened to be the first people on scene and provided some first aid at that event. Very proud of the job that they did. And we're there until the emergency responders come. Along with Georgian Bay, because of the seriousness of the accident, we called Muskoka Lakes to assist right from the start. And fortunately, with the quick intervention of the emergency services, we were able to, with medical hospitals and the whole medical system working, we're able to save that 6-year-old life. And that was a very, I'm going to say, positive step for both departments working together in that incident, and with our staff. Very, very proud of the job that all people did for that.
Thank you, Chief Van Dam. Council will also see Ms. Claire on the screen as well. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Claire from the library perspective, who has some good news in terms of some stats.
Thanks, Greg. Good morning, everyone. Some of these may be duplicated from some of the councillor updates earlier, so apologies, but I'll try to be brief. I just wanted to hop on and let everybody know that we've already seen our summer increases at the branches. It's our first sort of summer with the doors open again since COVID. We've had increases of at least 20% or more within the branches since May. Our MAC tier and Honey Harbor Library have been busy. We've hosted our first book sales since 2019 as well. We've had sales at both branches over the Victoria Day long weekend, as well as the Canada Day weekend, with a few others scheduled throughout the summer. Patrons were very excited in Honey Harbor to see us out there on Canada Day. They were used to visiting us there many years previously, so they were very excited to see us and, just see everybody out. Our summer hours also began on June 1st, and this will increase the library's operating hours by 43% per week, allowing for greater access and reduced barriers for residents. We launched a full in-person programming schedule for 2022. This includes our summer reading club, which will feature in-person literacy and STEAM programming. And if you're not familiar, our summer reading club helps to reduce what's known as the summer slide. So it's known sort of in the education world that, you lose 2 months of reading, and it can actually set children back in the fall when they go to school. So libraries across the country actually promote summer reading. And we've started ours already with quite great response. I'm just going through my notes here, sorry, so many to update. But in addition to our sort of summer programming schedule that we have going on in our extended hours, we've also opened the old location. So if you're familiar, the Park Landing building, we've opened the drop box there, again, to reduce any barriers or increased convenience for residents in Honey Harbor just wanting to drop their books off on their way into town. Overall, we're gearing up for a pretty busy summer. We're forging onwards. We have people coming in and they're excited to be back in the branch, and I'll continue to update as we get more good news stories. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask, but I can provide any more details if needed.
And last but not least, I'll be talking on behalf of Ms. Pouthalet's department, because she's on vacation for the next couple of weeks. But and I hope in conveying this information, I can do the department's justice. But this is another great piece of good news, also in terms of cost savings. So staff have worked to implement a voice over internet protocol phone system. So traditionally, we all had analog bell system that was costing us just over $2,300 per month for us to have the Bell landlines. And staff have worked to transfer over to the VoIP system, and the monthly cost is only now just over $1,000. So that is a significant cost savings on a monthly basis. We are maintaining a couple of bell lines for the emergency services, because that's obviously an important backup. However, the one-time setup fee that was $4,500 or thereabouts, 70% of that fee was also covered by a grant. So staff also actively pursued the obtaining of a grant to minimize these costs. So kudos to Ms. Bouthillet and her team for implementing this. And I think that's it for me.
Okay, any reference to the council items action tracker?
Nothing at this point, other than if council has any items, if they have a top 3 that they would really like to see staff look into on the action item tracker, please forward them on to myself, and I can give some feedback for the next meeting.
Oh, yeah, excellent. All right, I think that ends the communications part. And next we get into staff reports, but I'm going to suggest, because we've been at this for a couple of hours, that we take a 10-minute break. We have 10:51, so let's come back at 11:01. So for those of you who like to be tardy, pretend it's 11 o'clock, you have to be back. I'll see you then. Thank you.
Brad, your mic's on.
Was I saying bad things? I hope not. Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Brad. I didn't hear anything bad.
Thank you. The filter is working this morning.
I don't see our mayor anywhere.
You can take over, Councillor Jarvis.
I don't think you want me taking over.
Okay.
Well, Councillor Cooper, I got your note. Thank you very much. I will reach out to our counterparts up in Wawatasi and go home.
You have the contact information?
I'll probably need an update on that.
Anyway, take it offline. Happy to help.
Yep. You think they're having technical difficulties with the in the council chambers? Brad, are you in the office?
I am in the office. I'm not in the council chambers.
Yeah.
We used this system last week, and it seemed that every couple of hours, the computer connected to the OWL, which is the camera system, needed to be rebooted. So I wonder if that's what's happened here.
Only a good swift kick.
Yeah, if you
so Brad, do you know if this is intended to be the new technology for hybrid meetings or not?
Okay, I think we're
I
back.
don't think it's supposed to be.
Apologize for the delay.
Quality is
Am I being picked up? I guess no. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So you
We
can't
can't
see
see you.
It's that owl thing again. I got a microphone right in front of me, so if you can't hear me, then I'm really worried. But we'll try to get the picture going. Apologies to everyone. I don't see the lights on the owl.
We can hear you.
All right. Well, what we'll do very shortly, it's now, I think the owl's reawakening. But in the meantime, why don't we get Mr. Sokash? He wants to talk to us, if I'm not mistaken, about some reports on, I think you're spending our money, aren't you, Mr. Sokash? If you could go ahead and tell us how, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, members of council. The first report was initially a consent report, as we thought we'd followed the procurement policy, but then it came to light that one of the items may not have. And that is the Tatham's system with the pavilion and pickleball courts. Both of those projects were initially intended to be overseen by myself. Due to some family matters, there's a possibility I may have to disappear for several weeks or longer. So in order to ensure that those projects aren't disrupted, we've brought Tatham's on board to assist with overseeing the contracts as well as the work on site. The combined value of the contract is $21,300. If any of you have been around, the work on the pavilion has started and should be done around the start of September, after which time the pickleball court construction will begin, and that tender should be out in the next days, if not a week from now.
All right, thank you very much. For your information, the resolution, the motion has been changed slightly. It now reads, moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council receive the report regarding various contract and tender results, and that the contract be sole sourced to be awarded to Tatham Engineering in the amount of $21,300 for contract assistance with the Honey Harbor Pavilion and pickleball courts, to be funded in part by the 2022 Honey Harbor Park grant and in part by the operations budget for general contracting. So Council, the difference between what I read and what you had in front of you in your package is the words basically sole sourced. Any questions or discussion for Mr. Sokash on this matter? All those in favor? And that is carried. Mr. Sokash, you're quite persuasive.
Thank you.
All right. I believe you have a couple more, and the next one is regards to consolidated linear infrastructure, environmental compliance approvals.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is as much an information report as anything. The Ontario Ministry of the Environment and Conservation and Parks has a new program in place where they are, to a certain extent, downloading approvals for maintenance and additions to existing stormwater infrastructure where there's a certificate of approval or environmental compliance application involved. So this would give the township the ability to approve additions to an existing system or for us to undertake maintenance, whereas in the past we would have first required an amendment to the ECA or CFA from the Ministry of the Environment. It does not download approvals for new systems. So if there's a new development or a new system, the old application process is still required. It would go into the MECP for approval. We don't anticipate this to have any cost impacts, as additions to our existing system would likely be through new developments. And when those projects occur, any costs for that work would be the responsibility of the developer. We think this will speed things up a little bit with respect to maintenance of some of our systems. And we're working on the application right now and should have it in at the end of this month. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The motion in this case reads, moved by Councillor Rienko, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that the report regarding the consolidated linear infrastructure environmental compliance approvals be received for information. Council, any questions or concerns on this? All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Jarvis. Were you voting or were?
No, I did have a comment. I'm always concerned with anything that our provincial government brings down these days. I have my concerns about the way they run things and their ideas of streamlining approvals and planning and everything else tends to usually have a negative effect on the environment. Brad, just quickly, in your opinion, do you see this as a positive for our municipality?
Through the mayor, for this municipality, I do see it as a positive. If we had different circumstances, if I was in a different municipality, I would have more questions or concerns. But for our township, I believe this is appropriate.
Yeah, I will comment that with our experiences with the MECP these days, I think that us doing our own environmental work might not be a bad idea when it comes down to stuff like this. But anyway, okay, thank you, Brad.
All right. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And now we're at Port Severn Park Canteen rental. Mr. Sokash again.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hopefully this is a straightforward request. Last year we had a vendor using the canteen at Port Severn Park as part of the contract. Instead of a rental agreement, they gave 10% of their gross revenue to the Georgian Bay Land Trust for their work. The vendor that used the canteen last year is not interested in continuing to use it this year, but one of their employees is willing to take it over, and this is just a request to transfer the agreement from last year to the new vendor.
All right, I have moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that the contract for the use of the canteen at Port Severn Park be transferred to Afton Chamberlain. Questions or comments? Councillor Douglas, please. Followed by Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Brad. I'm just wondering, I just wanted to make sure, is the contract to stay the same? They will be contributing to the land trust again?
Through the mayor, correct. That is what we were going to do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brad, I'm just wondering, we don't have a copy of a lease agreement or anything with the vendor. Can you tell us if they're responsible for their own insurance coverage? And looking at the amount that was generated to be donated, do the vendors pay their own hydro costs, or is this all things that we as a township pay, and then any money derived is profit and 10% goes to the land trust?
Through the mayor, the vendor does need to have insurance in accordance with our policies. With respect to the hydro, the township covered the cost last year, and it was so minor that we haven't been able to pull it out of the bills. So it doesn't appear that that was a large cost.
Thank you, Brad. That's all I need.
Any other questions or comments? Would you like me to read the resolution again? Sorry, the motion. No. Okay. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Sokash. Our final staff report, I believe. Oh, sorry, there's more. I got another page. I apologize. Our next staff report is in regards to noise exemption request for the Honey Harbor Tennis Club. Mr. Van Dam, you'll be speaking to this?
Yes. So Karina has started her maternity leave, so I guess I got delegated with that project. This report's pretty straightforward. It's for a dance called the Moonlight Madness. It's at the tennis club out on Georgian Bay. This group has been doing this for approximately 35 years, and we've got no concerns with it at this time and in the past. So they're looking to, because of our new bylaw, noise bylaw that was changed, they're looking to extend the time from 10 p.m. to 1 p.m. And the second part of this request is that in the future, if they plan to have another established dance, that we would be able to approve it without bringing it forward to council. So if council approves at this time, then in the future, staff will take that authority and approve it as long as there's no issues. The moment we get an issue, we would bring it forward to council for approval.
Thank you. The resolution is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council approves the noise exemption requested by Honey Harbor Tennis Club, and that council delegate the authority to staff to approve noise exemption requests of this nature, such as community organization fundraisers, religious, celebratory, etc., in the future. Any questions or comments? Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
So in reading this resolution, it's not specific to the tennis club, the last part of that resolution. I'm just wondering if we want to give blanket approval or give the authority to the bylaw department to just extend or change the noise bylaw for any group. This was very specifically to the tennis club, but the resolution reads that it could be for anything. Just wondering if we need to make an amendment, or if I'm satisfied that it would be up to the discretion of our bylaw department on any of these noise amendments. But this was brought by the tennis club, and the resolution basically covers anyone who wants to extend the noise bylaw.
I think the motion has two components to it. And the first one is to approve the application of the Honey Harbor Tennis Club. And the second paragraph is to, in future, allow staff, delegate authority to staff to make these decisions without council.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that very clear, that it wouldn't, this would give the authority to the bylaw department to extend at their will for any group that was looking to extend the noise bylaw without council approval. I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure the rest of council read into that the same way. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess I'm a little bit confused. It's really, we're giving, I think, what I'm reading here is we're giving permission for the bylaw department to approve another event like this in the future for the tennis club, not for anybody, anywhere, anytime. I'm not really getting that from this resolution. Is that correct, Tony?
So basically, it's going to be council's decision. If you want to extend it further, that we follow the same policy that we have with this one, that 56 people turned out, were given notice that this was going to carry on, and we did not receive any concerns. We did receive one that was speaking positive for it. So we recommend approving it. The next piece, that if council wishes for this organization and this facility or this venture, we would approve it in the future. Unless we received some major concerns, then we would bring it forward to council. With Councillor Bocek's interpretation of this, it would be that if we had a similar event, say maybe at the MacTier Arena, with a dance that's happened in the past, then we would go through the same procedures as this has and be able to approve it. But if somebody just comes up and says, we want to do an outdoor dance at the Baxter Ward Community Center, then that's something we would bring forward to council for approvals.
If I may follow up, please. So that's what you've said, more or less what I said, except that it could apply to other events that have been going on for many years. Do we know if there are other events going on for many years?
There's nothing that is jumping out right now. However, we know that there are some fireworks displays that have happened in the past that there's been no issues with. And one of them is the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association. We know that they've done a fireworks thing where we would approve that. And one on Severn River, we would most likely approve it because they've been going on for years and have never received any negative complaints on it.
Well, thank you for that. And I do encourage, especially for this event, if it's gone on for so long, that we don't really need to have it come back to us. So that would be good. I'm a little bit concerned about being a little bit too broad with too broad a blanket, but I take it that I think for the most part, you're saying you'll probably come and talk to us about it if it's something that we should be concerned about. Thank you.
100%.
Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Hazelton, and then Douglas, please.
Just apropos of the last two councillors' comments, I think Councillor Bochek had it right. The council is delegating authority to staff. This is right in the recommendation, which you've already read, Mr. Mayor. But we're delegating authority to staff to approve noise exemption requests of this nature, not this specific item, but community organization fundraisers, religious celebrations, etc. That's a pretty broad stroke. Not that I'm opposed to it, but I think we've got to acknowledge that that's what it is. Giving staff the approval to look into these requests and without coming to us, grant the request if they deem it, if it's the profile of stuff that should be allowed to go on, or come to us if it's something a little bit more difficult to deal with. But I think we got to be careful here. We are giving sort of a broad stroke acceptance to Tony and his department to okay these requests. Again, it doesn't bother me, but I think we just have to be aware of it.
I think what's important, if I understand it correctly, if somebody else comes up with a request, notice will be going out to the neighbors that a request has been made. And what I heard from Chief Lundum is if he gets from negative responses to the neighbor's notice, then he'll bring it in front of council. So I think what we have to recognize is if somebody else asks for a noise exemption, notice will be given to the neighbors, so they will have an opportunity to speak. But we're just saying to the staff that if they got very little objection, why bring it in front of council? So anyway, with that, Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions, if I may. So, Tony, you indicated that you've set out notice to the surrounding properties. How did that notice go out? Was it a paper notice or?
That your councillor, I can't answer that. That was done by Karina, so I'm not sure exactly how it went out.
So my recurring boring message of email communications, I'm within 500 meters, and maybe I have a letter at home waiting for me, but this is an ideal opportunity where email communications would be ideal. That's something to tuck under your hat, so to speak. I fully support the idea of deferring these things to staff. I think that's a great idea. By the way, my family and I used to run this Moonlight Madness for several years back in the 90s, so very familiar with it. And it's held only three cottages away from my cottage. I can close the windows and it's not really bothering me when I go to sleep, so that's a good thing. But I would ask, is there any way to make this request a standing approval, as opposed to asking them to come back each year for reapproval?
I think that you need to be, through your worship, sorry, I think we need to be careful with that, because once we set the precedence for one organization, we're setting it for others, and we may have different issues with other activities. So we wanted to, with this, we would be able to grant them permission, but if all of a sudden one year they decide to bring in a rock band, for example, and it's booming across, could create some issues, then that gives us the opportunity to fix that in the future.
Okay, I mean, just for everyone's understanding, you know, the volume is significant. They have live bands on a regular basis, and the community accepts and embraces this singular evening event in the community, and so it's very well accepted. But if there isn't an ability to have a standing approval, then definitely deferring it to staff for reapproval, I think is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, please.
Thank you. I think it's a good idea to defer the decision to staff. I think they have a good idea and understanding of what council and the community will accept. I also just want to make a note that MacTier also has an ongoing yearly dance event as a fundraiser, although I don't believe they've had it or having it this year due to COVID still on the move. Yeah, I do think that the staff can make that decision, and I think it should be looked at each year for each event, as things could change. But I have no issues with it being deferred to staff decisions.
All right. Just a little quick personal note before I call the vote. The very first Moonlight Madness was in 1986. And how do I know? Because that was my first date with the woman who's now my wife and has been for 33 years. And I'm very grateful for that. So don't you dare vote against. No, I'm not allowed to say that. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That is carried. All right. Next on our list, Honey Harbor Fire Hall ownership vesting order to our clerk's department.
Thank you, Russia. So it's come to our attention earlier this year that the township does not own Untitled 2507 Honey Harbor Road, which is where the fire hall is located, as well as the Honey Harbor Depot, where the waste bins are located.
I can't hear a thing.
You can't hear me? Certainly. That's okay. I'll talk louder. So it's come to our attention earlier this year. Is that better? Good. Okay, perfect. That the township does not own Untitled 2507 Honey Harbor Road. I'm sure you can appreciate this was a surprise to staff, considering we have a facility built on it in approximately the 1970s, as well as the Honey Harbor Waste Depots on site. And it has also come to our attention that the neighboring property at 2529 Honey Harbor Road, the structures of that property are actually located on the fire hall property at 2507. Extensive work has already been undertaken by staff and legal counsel to determine if this was a typographical error or something that could be easily rectified. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. Efforts have been made to contact the owners who are currently on title, but based off their age, they don't appear to be on the community anymore. So the next step and the only legal process for us to move forward to rectify the ownership is through a vesting order. This can cost upwards of $20,000. So I'm here today to ask for those funds so we can move forward in correcting this item on title.
All right, thank you very much. Council, any questions, concerns, comments? Councillor Wojcik, please.
Not that it's relevant today, or do I need an answer today, but I think it should be found out why we built a fire hall on property that wasn't ours.
Correct. So great question I asked myself. It appears that either a severance didn't follow through appropriately, or there may have been some type of life lease in order for us to use that, or an occupation agreement in order for us to use that land. There's been documents that allude to this that we've been able to recover, but nothing to be able to substantiate it either way. But hopefully this process may be able to unturn more documents.
And would this process legalize the building being on this property? So in future years, 20 years from now, when a family member gets wind of this, they're not going to try and reclaim the property from us?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I believe the great efforts have been made to reach out to the family name that is currently on the property. However, they have not found anyone. And I can tell you from different experience, different property that used to belong to the school board and was transferred to the Honey Harbor Association, and everybody thought that was done in the late 50s successfully, and in the 70s discovered it was never registered in Bracebridge. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is somewhat similar, that the deal was done, just not recorded in Bracebridge. But I don't know that. I'm just speculating. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, just thinking, not specifically this one, but will it be possible for staff to research our other properties to make sure we don't have similar situations elsewhere within the township? It'd be nice not to have any more surprises like this.
We would have to undertake a full property listing in order for us to go through and do that and then pay for title searches on each of those properties. It would be a costly undertaking, not impossible though for us to do. I mean, staff certainly don't like these surprises either. So, you know,
I just think it's something that would be good, a good long-term sort of project for staff. You know, a report next month would be perfect, but of course, as you suggested, so and money, as you have also suggested. So I just think that's something we should keep in mind is working down the road on.
No, absolutely.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you. And just in support of what has just been said by Councillor Jarvis, I was about to voice a very similar suggestion, and I think it wouldn't hurt on an annual basis or maybe every couple of years that council be apprised of all the properties that are owned by our township so that we have an understanding of who we are and what we are. So I'm not sure about title searches and that kind of thing, but starting with just an inventory of the land that we own and how it's, if it's leased out, rented out, all that kind of thing, wouldn't hurt to have that information. I think that could be compiled quite easily and just put on a Excel spreadsheet. So just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I will read the motion. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Wienko. Be it resolved that council directs staff to prepare and register a notice of vesting in the name of the Township of Georgian Bay pursuant to subsection 379(5) of the Municipal Act 2001 for 2507 Honey Harbor Road, the Honey Harbor Road Fire Hall, legally known as PIN 48015-0094 bracket LT, in all of the lands described in PCL 7462, section of Muskoka, part lot 37, concession 11, Baxter, as in LT 15685, except LT 25673, Georgian Bay, the District of Municipality of Muskoka, and the council authorized the spending for the vesting order and associated costs on 2507 Honey Harbor Road up to $20,000 to be paid from the Working Capital Reserve Fund. Any final questions, concerns? All those in favor? And that is carried. Ms. Way, please clean it up for us.
Thank you very much.
All right. And now item F is communications report, Voyant Alert from our sustainability department. Ms. Schneier.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a report from Trish and myself. Because I'm the director, I'm speaking on it, but accolades and kudos need to go to Trish to bring us to this point that we're coming to you today to speak about Voyant Alert. So Voyant Alert is an app that is already in place. It will be a great vessel for us to be able to target email distribution in traditional email blast form for specific activity and events and news about the township. We're pretty excited about this decision to go with Voyant Alert because it will allow us to be very specific. And I think back to the issue that we had a few weeks ago when there was an incident in Freddie's channel and I had to get a hold of 4 of you very quickly to help with the messaging. In that circumstance, I can be very specific on who in what area of the municipality I need to get a hold of somebody and be able to send you an alert via your phone just in case you're at a wedding or at anything on a weekend where I normally can't get a hold of you. So we are looking forward to this. The good news about Voyant Alert is that it is an application that residents can choose to get involved with or choose not to. They can subscribe and unsubscribe anytime they like. There's no cost. It's available wherever you download apps for your phone. As well, you are able to get messaging for an emergency manner, as well as any contact that we would need to provide as the days travel through. So green is just a notice of information that might be relevant to a specific group. For example, if there was something about MacTier, we could specifically target the MacTier area. And then yellow would be an area of concern, and then red would be an emergency. I would think that what happened in Freddy's channel would be yellow initially to make you aware that there is something going on. And if it had to turn to red, then the fire chief would get involved at that point. So we just wanted to let you know that after a significant amount of research, we found this really great user-friendly application that we already have in place can serve the way that we want to be able to communicate in the future, and specifically about email blasts. So this is a way that we can get information out because the subscriber decides that they want to be on this portal, and so therefore the agreement and the acknowledgement of receiving information has already been established. That's it for me, Your Worship. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cooper is ready with a question.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, and thank you, Jennifer, for your report. I certainly think this is an important tool to use, especially as it pertains to emergencies, etc. And I think it's important that, yes, people can sign up for this app. I would suggest, though, that this is not a tool for regular e-blasts because it requires people to sign up for an app. So they have to be willing to or interested in putting apps on their phone or whatever. And that's just not what a lot of people in our community do. They have no interest in apps or other than using their phone as a phone or for email. So I'm just suggesting that this, while a very good tool, is not necessarily the tool that's going to cover off the overall ability to send messages out to our communities. And wanted to raise that as a concern. Thank you.
Well, through you, Your Worship, Councillor Cooper, we agree. There is not one set platform or device or way of communicating that will reach everybody at the same time. But this is a tool that we can use to get access to people who have an interest in the app, that might have a little bit of a stronger understanding of how smartphones work, and allows us to do an email blast. We are unable to do a email blast through traditional email because it's illegal for us to be able to do that. And so while we can send emails out to people who subscribe to our website and specific pages on our website, this is another vessel where we may be able to get information out. There are over 300 people signed up for the app already just in our area, which is a pretty good amount of people when you consider that they've signed up for emergency. When the messages come out that are relevant to the day-to-day, we may, and we hope, there will be more membership to the app. Again, it's free, but it's one of many. What message we send out through the app, we can also send out through Twitter, Facebook, through our Instagram, through our TikTok, we can put it on our website, and then people can get access to it if it's relevant to put on the website. But I just go back to the Freddie channel situation, and it would have been a great tool if we had it in place.
Mayor, if I could just follow up, please. I appreciate the comments. I don't think we have any lawyers on our staff at the moment. So legal or not legal, I'm frankly, there's an expression. I'm from Missouri on that particular assertion, and would like to understand specifically how communicating with our constituents is illegal by e-blast. So I think we're going to have to get clarification on that particular point. Thank you.
Your Worship, do you want clarification on that now?
Well, no, I want clarification when you mentioned you could reach people by email. Does that mean you can reach people who don't have a phone but do have email?
Well, we can only if they have access to already subscribed pages. So we can't blast to email because it would just be trickling around the Missouri issue of email. But
I appreciate that. It's just that, you know, if I understand you correctly, you're using the Voyant Alert software to send out emails.
Okay, so it's a good thing you asked that. It's not an email, it's a notification, but it may satisfy the email blast that is being requested of council to get out to our residents, because we can get this to their devices. This doesn't go out in email.
Okay.
Karen can speak to the MFIPA rules with respect to our email blast. And I think, Your Worship, it might be best to go to that expert on that issue. And then I see Trish is on here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Through Your Worship, the anti-spam legislation that's put out in Canada prohibits anyone, municipality, marketer, etc., from spamming, for lack of a better word, people with emails, which means they need to be able to subscribe and they need to be able to unsubscribe, which means we need a way to facilitate that subscribing and unsubscribing service. So currently our website pages people can subscribe to, and it's managed in the background. What content they do receive those email blasts when the page is updated. But unfortunately, as for those who have prescribed to those pages, you're aware of the fact that it only sends you an email saying that an update has occurred and it doesn't provide you with the context that has been updated. So we can't just collect a list of emails. That's not, we have to be able to have a system to manage it per the legislation. We need to be able to show and be able to, you know, trace back, and then there needs to be an unsubscribe button. So we can't just take a list of email addresses and email them out. We can't manage that data.
Okay. Ms. Walton, did you want to speak to this before I go back to council?
Yes, I think I can, through you, Your Worship, to the questions that are pending, I'm sure. What can happen, it's not just an app. So Voyant Alert will also have a place on our website where people can go. Let's say they don't want to download the app. They can go, they can sign up, they can pick the topics that they choose. They automatically get signed up for the Muskoka emergency alert. With that, so we're able to kind of share those kind of contacts, and we're able to give them the information only they want to receive. They do not need to download the app. It's not necessary if that is not what they want to do. You can download the app so that you can better filter your location. You can set up multiple locations as to where you are. So if you want to set up your work, home, cottage, anywhere like that to get the information surrounding just that area, you can do that. What else was there? So I think that helps settle Councillor Cooper's questions of, like, people don't want to get an app on their phone, don't want anything else, or maybe don't know how to use an app. We'll definitely be providing some training to residents on how or when or what they can use the app for if they choose that, or how to get the information without having the app. So hopefully that helps.
So by having what I'll call the expanded Voyant Alert system, there will be an opportunity for people to sign up for an email list, in effect, for whatever their topics are interested in receiving.
So to answer that, it's not, it's not just your email blast. So they get to choose which way they receive the information. They can choose to receive it by email, by text, by landline. However they put the information in there, they can receive it that way. So let's say somebody just has their cell phone, but they don't want to receive emails all the time or anything like that. They just want emergency information, or they want to know if there's like impending weather, so like a caution. They don't care about events. So they sign up for those cautionary messages, they sign up for the emergency, and they choose to receive it by phone call. They get my voice on the other end saying, hey, you know, this is happening. Please be safe. Get to your list for your emergency prepared kit here, or this area is being affected currently. So that can go directly to their landline. They also, in the same message, can receive via email the exact same verbiage by email. They will also see it on our social media the exact same way. So it's literally, I get one platform to put all the information on, and it goes out to everyone in the form that they choose.
Okay, I know we're going to have more questions, and we're going to start with Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, Trish, for that update. I'm delighted to hear you say that there is an opportunity to receive messages without having to download an app. I think that's a fail for most of the residents in our community. So I'm delighted with that. there still is a need for coming in and registering. And can I ask a couple of questions here? I heard that there's 300 people that have downloaded the app, but I'm not quite sure why they've done that. I guess the more relevant question is, we have people who are subscribed to council docs, that be council agenda, planning council agenda, things like that. How many people do we have who are subscribed to these various council portal docs? Do you know that?
Through your worship, Councilor Hazelton, that's we'd have to data mine that information. It's not like at the bottom of the page where we can tell you the exact information about that. I'm sorry, but it's just not at it's not at our fingertips. But
right.
it's not a large amount.
Right.
So
an
answer.
Well, I have part of an answer. I would just like to clarify, the website subscription pages is different than the council portal subscription to obtain notification when we receive agendas. Like when agendas are published, you reference the council docs. So I just want to clarify those are two separate things. But what Ms. Schneier said, we would have to go into the back end and pull that data. I don't have that readily available. Sorry.
That's fine. It's what I'm getting at is understanding the customer. And if we don't know who the customers are or how many customers are coming in and hitting us, then we're missing the boat, so to speak, on who might be interested in receiving this information. And I get it. First of all, I'm not dissing the Voyant thing at all. Any strategy that takes us to a new place is way better than where we were. But I just wanted to highlight the fact that let's say we get 300 people who have subscribed to Voyant. And my guess is we probably have less that have subscribed to the council portal or other docs. We got 19,000 residents. That's an insignificant number. And I think we need to be laser focused on the fact that we are reaching nobody. And in the world of our community, social media doesn't hit it. In fact, you have at least 2 councillors who don't even use Facebook, for example. And so the coverage is not even, we haven't even started to get coverage. Having said that, one of the things that we need to collectively embrace here is if we're going to implement a new technology, and Trish, I love the fact that you said somebody can get a message on their phone, they could get it through text, they could get it through your voice, they could get it through email. I love that. That's a great output capability, obviously through selection. But what we need to be focused on once you have this technology stabilized and ready to go is how do we get it out to that 19,000 residents in our community? And I think if I can offer, we need a vehicle, and probably through every cottager association and every councillor who has big email lists, we need a vehicle where we can send our residents a very simple page that or email with a button on it. And I get the email and I look, oh, Township has a new communication vehicle, push this button, and now I can register. And if we get that to every cottage association, every councillor with email lists, etc., then we stand a chance of hitting a reasonable number of residents. Maybe not 19,000, but right now 300 is not even significant. And so we need to be very, very focused on the fact that a new capability is great, but if we don't follow through with the delivery to our residents in a very simple format with a button, then we have a fail, and there would have been no point in spending any of this effort to get down this path in the first place. So I really hope that you have that next step baked into your plan. I didn't see it in the documents or in the timeline, but I think that next step in the plan is absolutely critical if we're going to be successful in communicating with our residents.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, please.
Thank you. I would agree with Councillor Hazelton that we do need some sort of a vessel to reach more constituents. However, I'm a little uncertain as to how legal it is to just tap into people's lists or cottage association lists. They seem reluctant to hand them out anytime I've talked to the cottage association. So there's a privacy thing here. However, having said that, I seem to get all kinds of things that come to me that I don't subscribe to. And it seems that the way that they're getting around that, I don't even know how they're getting my emails actually, but it seems to me that the way that they get around that is that they have an unsubscribe button. So I'm just wondering if maybe someone could clarify, first of all, whether it's legal to just get association email lists, which I don't think they're too willing to give, or counselors' lists of emails and use that, or if we have a legal issue there. And if there's some way of doing it and putting an unsubscribe button on there so that circumvents the legal issue. I'm not really sure, because it seems to be, I get a lot of things that I don't subscribe to, and I don't know how they're getting it. So if somebody could maybe expand on that a little bit.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, Trish is going to comment to this, but we do send out emails to the cottage association's presidents who have agreed to receive our emails. And Trish has done that legwork with the organizations to make sure that they are in agreement that an email that from us is okay. And then what they do with it is at their discretion. So Trish, do you want to comment a little bit more about that?
Yes. So through you, Mayor, I have created, I have a cottage association and local organizations that I reach out to. I also have a few people who have reached out to me directly and asked me to put them on a list. So I have not only add them to our subscribe, based on what they told me, but to go back to Councillor Douglas's comments, I've been working very closely with Brian at Voyant Alert to create an implementation plan. So I think Councillor Hazelton, you'll also appreciate this, that we have a distinct branding coming forward. There is going to be a web page on our website that gives you that button you're looking for. So that will be shared as a whole, here's the email coming out, here's our social media coming out. We're going to be promoting this as soon as I have the okay. They told me it takes 2 weeks to implement, get everything working. It'll be at the market. So already with anything that we've been doing out in the public, we had the job fair, we're doing the market. Anytime we're out, we're meeting with the public. I do have little draw tickets. So we're running prizes and draws. And on there, I ask them for their email. And below it ticks, can I add you to our subscription list? Can I add you to our list? Can I keep you in my contacts? So going forward, too, part of the implementation plan is to add our contacts. So we will send those off to Voyant Alert, our contact list that is within our database. We send that off. They're going to get an introductory email. At this point, they can choose to move forward with their registration, or they can say, I never want to hear this again. And we'll have that list to compare. When you're talking, I was able to run some quick numbers. I just picked burn permits. On our website, we have over 200 people who subscribe to burn permit notifications or burn ratings. Just so you know, that's just a rough estimate of, not rough, it's over 200. So having those, they will also get notified. We'll put it out, hey, to get the fire rating automatically to your phone, so you don't have to go look for it every Friday. Sign up here, register here. It'll go out with different kind of information that we want to share. Want to find out what's going on with the Honeybee Festival? Register here. That kind of information, so that we're hitting those targets. Like you mentioned, we have a different kind of demographic. Not a lot of younger people, more aging, don't want the app, don't want certain information. So we're moving forward trying to find out what information they do want by specifically advertising to those. Does that help?
Well, thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Rienko, please.
One, I appreciate the questions, and more importantly, I appreciate the answers, particularly those you just gave, Tricia. But more importantly, your idea of having something on our website. I've been frustrated at times going to the website looking for things. So if this is something that is easy to find or locate, that would be a bonus, especially to those that are a little more reluctant to go to websites, let alone do anything electronically. Leading a horse to water is sometimes rather difficult, but your comments just made are very much appreciated. But my comment further is the easier you make it for us to find these things on the municipal website, the better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rienko.
I just wanted to comment on this communications with cottage associations. This topic has come up a couple of times with cottage associations, specifically at those, used to have those annual Georgian Bay meetings, and was brought up twice there. And the idea of communicating with associations, the presidents had no problem receiving information from the township. They didn't even mind the board members receiving information from the township. But all the associations, if I remember correctly, basically did not want to be a conduit for township / political information to the members. So they were reluctant to send out township information to their email lists, which by the way, are very private. They would never share those lists. In our association, we have one person responsible for that list, and she won't even share with the board individual members. There's no way that anybody else on the lake or on the executive can get a hold of it. So they're very well guarded, and that's the way it should be. So the idea of having the association broaden the span of information from the township, I don't think it's going to go over. But again, we all, of course, have all the associations have new presidents and boards, and they may think differently now. But I can just tell you, it's been brought up twice, and there was reluctance to share township information too broadly.
Councilor Bocek, do you want to jump into round one before I start round two?
Sure, maybe just a couple quick comments. I know we're all getting older, and we're almost fossilized dinosaurs, and we don't like change. But I'll tell you this, these apps are the way of the future. As newspapers die, as all the old sources of media die, the younger generation has come up with new ways to get the message out. I had to buy into this at my own business. We have 300 members. We sent an email out to every single member asking if they wanted to subscribe to our e-blasts. We got a 90% return rate, and most of our members are cottagers. We get a 90% return rate. Now we send out e-blasts weekly, and all of our members at our business are very well aware and updated with what's going on, whether it's a hydro outage, internet outage, extreme weather. It's the way of the future. And the faster we all jump on it and the faster we start using it and get used to it, the better it's going to be, because the traditional methods of getting your message out there are fading away, because the young population is really what's driving communications moving forward. So us old guys need to get on board. I downloaded a couple apps. I don't even know what app means, but I downloaded a couple of them, and I'm working with them now, and they seem to be working. Thank you.
All right, thank you. CEO Mariotti, you want to quote? Oh. It's only going to go so far.
Can council hear me? Can council hear me? Yeah, okay. Just before we go to round two, I'd just like to say a couple of things, because we're spending a fair bit of time talking about something that we haven't implemented yet or trialed yet, just to see how is this going to work out. And as you've heard from Ms. Walton and from Ms. Schneier and Ms. Wade, staff have done a lot of background work to be able to deliver a tool that will provide the equivalency of an email blast while still conforming to various laws that as a municipality we are held to a higher standard. So we have to go through that extra mile, that extra hurdle to make sure that we are conforming with, even if a rule or regulation sounds silly, we still have to conform to that. So please give us the opportunity of trying this system. As you've heard, whether it be on a smartphone, it can go on a desktop and a laptop for those who don't have smartphones. Staff will aggressively advertise this new tool. It'll be on social media, it'll be on our website. I also encourage council as a whole to also cascade out through their connections to say, hey, this app is coming, see what you think. At the end of the day, this option can also be changed. If at the end of the year, we see that for the most part of us, it's not working, we can look at another tool. We're not stuck with this system ad infinitum. So if the majority of our ratepayers, once it's introduced, are very happy with the service, then that's great. It's another good news story. So let's give this a chance. You've heard how flexible this system is, and is also more efficient for us to manage as well. So let's give it a go.
Thank you. And I just want to add a couple of comments. The first one being that Ms. Way looked it up, and we're talking about council portal. And she says on the council portal, there's approximately 100 subscribers. Now that 100 subscribers includes staff and includes council. And so therefore, who knows, maybe we have 60 interested residents out there who want to see the agendas when they come out. I think, we have to recognize, going off on what Councillor Bocek said, that, times are changing. Long gone are the newspapers we used to get delivered to our door. I know that didn't happen in cottage country, but long gone is that day. So getting notices out is very difficult. I also think we have to recognize that we have a significant portion of our population who don't want to hear anything from us. Frankly, sadly, they couldn't care less about what's going on in the township. They just want to be ignored. They want to be able to drop off their garbage, and whenever they want to make a building change on their property, they want to get it done. They're not terribly interested. I mean, last election, barely more than half the people in our township were allowed to vote. Others weren't allowed because they weren't of the right age or the right citizenship or what have you. And of those who were allowed to vote, less than 40% actually voted. So, only less than 20% of our population actually cares who sits on council. So, and many of those probably don't care what we do most of the time. So I think we have to be a little bit realistic that some people, actually a fair portion, probably don't want to be reached no matter what we do. But having said that, we want to get to those who do care as efficiently and effectively as possible. And I second what CEO Mariotti said, namely that, we have a system here that will make it easier and more effective for us to reach residents. And I'll be curious to find out how many of them actually take advantage of that new system. And I think that's, we got to give something like that a try, because I fully agree that we're not reaching everybody who wants to be reached at this time in any easy manner. With that, if anybody wants additional comments, let's go. And Councillor Cooper, you've been patient, but I've just been following the procedures. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier, and I'll try and be quite brief. Just wanted to make a few comments. And I certainly was interested in Councillor Bocek's comments about his customers and that he's getting a good response to his e-blasts, not app. So we're not talking about two different things here? If that's the case, I completely understand what he's talking about. We need to be able to communicate with our communities, and there will be some young people that love an app, but let's remember the majority of our ratepayers are probably not app people. Most of them are probably over 60 or at least over 50. So, and yes, they'll text with their children, but that's some of them. I just wanted to make it clear that I think we need to give this program certainly an opportunity to work, and I'm in support of that. But I'm also in support of the concept of making it very simple and very easy for people to get communication from us. So the concept of a message that I think Councillor Hazelton was talking about, which says, click here if you want to get more from us, and maybe they sign up, but we've made it really simple for them. So I'm a big believer in the KISS method. Let's keep it simple, stupid. And I encourage that. The other thing I wanted to say in terms of the issues around privacy and cottage associations, the idea was not to ask the cottage associations for their lists or for councillors to provide their email lists. The concept was that we use those organizations and those people to forward this information so that somebody can click on something and sign on. That's really, I think, what the concept needs to be. Of course, most cottage associations do not share their membership lists. I get that, but the cottage associations that I've talked to in the past 5 years or more have been very interested in getting information out to their membership, and have not been afraid to forward whatever it is we have for them. So I would suggest if we can send them a message that's very simple that they can send on to their membership, who can then click on and say, I want to get stuff from the Township of Georgian Bay, so be it. And if they can select what portion of the message, what type of message they want to get, in other words, as has been explained here by Tricia, that you could pick certain things and not other things, great. But make it simple, please, and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Schneier, followed by Mr. Van Dam.
Thank you, Worship. It's just important to note that the vessels that we are using right now are getting information out, and we know that to be successful just by how quickly we raised $150,000 in the community for the pickleball courts. So there are people that are interested. It just has to be a matter of whether or not they're interested in that particular topic. And so when we send out an email to the lake associations and various other associations, it's at their discretion as to whether or not they hand it out. Although we don't send out political messages, we send out messages of community relevance. And so that's all I need to say with respect to that. But this, as Councillor Cooper identified, we should give this a try just to see. We have traveled down other paths before. We came to you a couple of years ago with a great vessel called Bang the Table, which did not work for our municipality. It is incredibly successful in other municipalities. So we do have a unique way of communicating with residents, and we'll see how this goes, and we'll report back to you in a year and see where we're at.
Thank you. Chief Van Dam.
I just want to assure council to give you all of the information that you have. The District of Muskoka has been using this Voyant Alert. It's been in place for approximately just over a year. With the emergencies that have happened within the District of Muskoka, when the emergency happens, there's a large uptake in the Voyant Alert app because people want the information, and that the District of Muskoka is going to be your reliable source for information. As the district now has been using it for just over the year, we've had some growing pains. We've gone through some unique challenges. We've gone through some emergencies with it, and we're very confident now that Voyant Alert is the tool that we need for emergencies going forward for communications. And all of the municipalities, along with the district, is about to push Voyant Alert through our communications department, do a fair amount of advertising for it. I can tell you that when Trish first come out with this, and their communication committee come out with it, and said that they were going with Voyant Alert, you can imagine the fire chief putting up the stop signs and, holy smokes, what are you doing? You're wrecking our communications for emergencies. The committee and myself had a conversation. I will tell you that out of that conversation, I've had some conversations with other municipalities to talk about this. And the overwhelming response that I got from the fire chiefs that I spoke to was that this is a great tool. It will talk about arena programming, for example. The people who want to know it will put their sign up for it, and the communications as it starts gets bigger and bigger. The bonus for me that I look at it is that when these people sign up for, I'm going to say, to get input on, say, 6 Mile Lake water quality or whatever we choose as the subject, those people automatically get signed up for the emergency portion of it. And that's where the communication happens that we can now control when we have the Freddie Channel incident, that we would be able to deal with some of that. The fire chiefs that I spoke to were very, very highly for this. I can tell you that it wasn't, as I brought it to our emergency management coordinators here in the district, brought it forward, it wasn't well received. However, as we doing more and more of the working with it, they're really interested now to see how Georgian Bay deals with this and how well it works. This is the pilot program, I'm going to say, for what's going to happen in the other municipalities, because of they have the opportunity to pick what they want the information for. I sat on the fence here for a long time that I thought it was strictly for emergency management. I do believe that your communications committee that has developed this has done a fair amount of work convincing me that this is a worthwhile tool to explore, to use, and try. And if it doesn't work, we don't have a lot invested in it. And that's my 2 cents worth.
All right, thank you very much. The motion in front of me is moved by Councillor Wienko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council adopts the revised brand and communications guidebook. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. I'm going to suggest we break for lunch. Would you? Sorry.
Well, I was going to say we didn't really, although the resolution is about the guidebook, we didn't really talk about the guidebook, just to make sure that council
they passed it. They were happy. I'm going to suggest we break for lunch. It's 12:12 according to our clocks, and we reconvene at 1 o'clock. Hope that's enough time for everybody to get a bite to eat or whatever you have to do. And let's meet again at 1 o'clock, please.
Well, at least somebody's on time.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I was wondering if I was in a different meeting. There we go. There's Stephen, the Georgian Bay gang.
Yeah, different time. We're a different time zone. We're a couple of minutes ahead of everybody else.
I think it's a couple of hours.
Now.
Now.
I've already got my American friends attending the garbage event on Saturday at the church.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Which ones?
Leslie, who's up, and Andrea, who's supposed to be coming up Wednesday.
Good. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
But they can't vote.
They cannot vote. This is very true, but they can lend their opinion.
Absolutely.
And ideas.
And that's what this is. They can't vote for you in October, but they can certainly tell us what they think about the services that they're getting and the fabulous taxes that they're paying.
Well, being American, they know garbage when they see it.
All right.
Yeah.
I hope, gentlemen, you realized you were being broadcast with that conversation. Right. So I think maybe we should bring it back in. We have 4 of us here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're certainly well past quorum at this point, so I'm sure our clerk will allow us to begin. And we start with new business at this stage. And the first item happens to be mine. And that's in regard to Pride benches. As I mentioned earlier this morning, I had the pleasure of being at the Pride bench unveiling at Port Severn Park a couple of weeks ago. And one of the comments that we made around, which by the way was sponsored to a fair degree by the district of Muskoka. They sponsored numerous benches around the district. And I thought it would be wonderful if we had Pride benches in Honey Harbor and Mactier to complement the one that we have in Port Severn. I do know that Ms. Schneier has made an application for funding to help support this. But I was keen on getting this going, and these benches cost a bit over $1,000. I talked to Mr. Socash, and he implied that if there's already a concrete base or something where they're going to go, I don't think the installation was too expensive. You know, and that can be part of their maintenance budget or so, if I've understood him correctly. There, I got the thumbs up, so I did understand him correctly. There's a first for you, Mr. Socash. I was hoping that council would consider supporting the installation of benches in Mactier and Honey Harbor. And what I was going to propose is to a maximum up to $1,000, which hopefully will be reduced if Ms. Schneier is successful in her fundraising. And I know she already has on the second or third on her list of people to approach for fundraising, the mayor, who is willing to put some money into this, just because I think it's important that we have this symbol of our openness and wish for diversity in our community in all ways imaginable. And to me, the bench is an important symbol of that. So that's my request of council. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to make the motion. Probably there's some technicality about that. There is. But that's the direction I would like to see us go. And I'm going to start going with Councillor Jarvis, Cooper, and then Wienko, please.
I don't mind being put on the as bringing the motion if that makes it easier, Mr. Mayor. And 2, through Brad, do we have an idea where in Honey Harbor and where in Mactier these benches might go?
Mr. Socash.
Aaron Hunt, I'm sorry. Through the mayor in Honey Harbor, my thought was on the Delawana Promenade.
Yes,
that's the port of Honey Harbor.
Yep.
In MacTier, I haven't looked at suitable spaces, either in front of the library. I think there's some concrete there, or perhaps even pouring a pad at Mississippi Park as it's getting built out, and there's not a lot of seating there.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, I don't mind backing this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, and I'd be happy to second the motion, and I support it very much as well. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Councillor Rienko.
And I think the motion should say $2,000 and not even worry about a grant. We're talking $1,000 here. So yeah, make it for the full price of the two of them.
Well, I have to correct myself. I see here Pride benches, the quote they had in the entry, the motion that was drafted for me is $1,195 each. So call it, for argument's sake, $1,200 each, or $2,400 combined. Okay. The motion that was drafted for me, and thank you very much, was moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council approves the purchase of 2 Pride benches to be located in the communities of MacTier and Honey Harbor, and that the 2 Pride benches at a cost of $1,200 each plus HST be funded from the Working Capital Reserve. Councillor Cooper.
Could we not put in there up to, because I think you're trying to do some fundraising.
I will do that, up to. So the second sentence now reads that the 2 Pride benches at a cost of up to $1,200 each plus HST be funded from the Working Capital Reserve. Any further comment? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, the next one is Councillor Hazelton in regard to email blasts. And I don't know, Councillor Hazelton, how much of this has been satisfied by our prior, our discussion just before lunch.
Well, Mayor, if you permit me to speak here.
I did. I think I am.
I would like to, based on the staff report of 12F, I would like to withdraw my resolution.
All right, that has been withdrawn, and for anybody observing who is interested, Councillor Hazelton had put forward a motion in regard to email blasts as they were reported in the Brand and Communications Guidebook, but as it turns out, staff has addressed his concern with their staff report that we heard before lunch. And I thank you for that. And I thank staff for anticipating Councillor Hazelton's concern. Can I put it that way? And then we have the addition to our new business, and that was from Councillor Wienko in regard to the CIP correspondence. Councillor Wienko.
I just want to follow up on something I observed in the last chip. I'm just concerned how the chip is being used. As a councillor, when I receive an email of some sort, I always make it a priority to answer this email. If I know the answer, I'll send an email back. If I don't know the answer and staff does, I'll send it to staff or whatever. But I make sure there's some kind of action done on any emails I receive. And what seems to happen with this last chip, and it really came to light, was that there were 3 articles under report of concern. Obviously, these are from our taxpayers. They've had some kind of an issue, or they want some kind of a something done. So they fill out one of these forms. I encourage people to do this if they have a concern with the township. I don't think these things should be going on the chip, because basically it's saying okay, they put it on the chips. Council now has a choice to take that out of the chip and put it on the agenda. If we don't do that, then what happens to that report of concern? It looks like there's going to be no action. In other words, they wrote a concern, and since council didn't pick up on it, staff's not going to do anything. Or they're going to get a letter back saying, well, it's council didn't want to do anything. So I'm just too sure if correspondence does end up on the chip. I don't think that's a place for correspondence. All correspondence that comes into the township should be acted upon by staff. If staff can decide to put it on the agenda, fine. But don't make it up to council to be the bad guy picking the issues out of public interest from our constituents. Maybe I'll address my concern to Greg since he's new in the job, but I don't think correspondence should end up on the chip.
If I may, before we move it over to CAO Mariotti, you're distinguishing between, I'll call it correspondence received from outside the township versus from residents?
Yeah, from a residence, yeah. If a resident writes into the township, either through an email or a report of concern, I think staff should respond to that directly. Either they can answer the question, send it to the district, or put it on our agenda. But don't make council be the one to pick and choose what which township staff should respond to.
All right, thank you. I'm going to let our clerk, Ms. Way, respond initially, and then our CEO Mariotti, if he wishes to follow up. Clerk Way.
Certainly. So the CIP is a council information package, and this is provided in order to encompass a whole bunch of documentation that is relevant for council members to receive and review, but allows us to do so in a formal way that it gets received. And we can keep a record of what was sent to council, but also in a way to avoid having a consent agenda that contains 100 different documents. So it's a way of kind of streamlining our agenda process. One of the things that is included, and this is per the procedural bylaw, is correspondence or communications addressed to mayor and council. That being said, anything that does come in that is something that can be addressed by staff, it is always forwarded to staff and is addressed accordingly. But if it is clearly addressed to mayor and council, it will be placed on the CIP because it's the residents' right to have their correspondence received and reviewed by the members of council. The correspondence that was on the last CIP was dealt with and has been addressed by staff. If council has questions about individual correspondence received, we are happy to address those matters individually. Alternatively, there is times when a request is made directly to council when it is outside of the jurisdiction of staff, and those are also placed on the agenda. And if there's clarification on a case-by-case matter, we can certainly help address that.
Anything you wish to add? Let's see, Mariotti? No. All right. Councilor Wienko, follow up.
Okay, so what you're saying, thanks Ken for that. So you're saying there is action on all this correspondence that come in. Like I'm under the impression when things go on the chip, it's up to council to pull it off to be discussed, what has to be done. So maybe you should make a clarification that I like to know what happened to those requests, and if you did respond to them, maybe you should have put the response on the chip too, just so that I know there's been action. Because when I see the chip, I assume it's up to council to decide if there's going to be any action on these items, and if they don't, then there's no action.
Certainly, if there's a way for us, we can take that back and see if there's a way for us to easily kind of close that loop on some of those items. The next CIP.
I think that'd be appreciated, because I think what Councilor Wienko is saying is quite valid. Is that much of that correspondence is, I'll call it, from outside the township, and it's for information only. But there are the exceptions, and it's important what happens to them. Councilor Hazelton, please.
I would like to echo Councilor Wienko's comments there. That we should be made visible of what has gone out, But I would ask, I think I just heard that you would include that in the next CIP of the following month. I think that timeliness is probably more in order. So if something comes in and staff decide that they are going to respond to that communication, then I think it would be appropriate just to CC or BCC council. If it came into council, then it should be an easy thing just to CC or BCC council on the response so that we know immediately what staff have done with that. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. That would be very useful. Any further discussion on CIP response, if I can call it that? All right, seeing none, I'm going to move on to bylaws. And we have a bylaw to appoint a deputy CBO. Who's going to, is anyone going to speak to that? This one is not enclosed. Or is it?
Depends on how I guess this conversation goes.
Okay. The motion that is in front of me is moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that Council enacts bylaw 2022-062 to appoint Dave Fedori as Deputy Chief Building Official. Councillor Rienko, followed by Councillor Bochuk.
I'm just wondering what's happening here. Does Dave only come back when he is required to take over the position, or is he coming back full time? Just help me out here. What responsibilities does David have?
CEO Maradi?
Yeah, so Mr. Fedori is coming back on a part-time basis over the next three years to assist with succession planning for an eventual full-time.
I can only go so far with this. Sorry.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Yes, the staff have entered into a part-time temporary contract with Mr. Fedori to resume some deputy CBO activities for the next 3 years on a part-time basis during the busy season. And what this will do, it will allow us to long-term implement succession planning for a permanent deputy CBO. It will also allow the ability for our CBO, Ms. Nicholson, to be able to also spend some time having vacation while we keep the wheels turning. Maybe I can defer. I see Ms. Martin, who is on the screen there. I can defer to her to explain some other details as necessary.
Ms. Martin.
Through your worship. Yeah, so we've entered and we did attempt to recruit this position. And as you all may know, recruitment is very difficult, especially in the building department at this moment. But we felt that Dave would be a good asset or an excellent asset to come back to do that succession planning for us. We did negotiate. So what he'll do is in the busy months, he'll be working full time to support the department. And then come winter months, it'll be on an as needed basis. Because as you know, we do slow down in the winter. And so we did enter into a contract just to cover 3 years in hopes that we can get our succession planning in line and we can get some new up and coming building inspectors and then people to be able to succession up from there.
I presume that Mr. Fedori will still take his Decembers as part of that part-time arrangement. Ms. Nicholson, do you care to add to this conversation?
I think Tammy has put it quite well, actually. I know mostly everyone is aware it is incredibly hard to fill any type of position of anybody qualified in the building department as a building inspector. We tried 2 positions with not much luck. So now we are looking to train, which is going to take time. and effort and obviously experience as well. So we came up with this plan and we find it to be probably the best and the most achievable for this department.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I just wanted to suggest one modification. Is basically we're talking about 3 months and maybe on occasion in other months, is what I'm getting from what I've heard. But I do think from a succession planning perspective and a hiring perspective that it might be wise to suggest that I have to work on the wording here, but essentially renewable after each year, so that we are also, in a sense, holding our feet a little bit to the fire in terms of finding a replacement versus saying we've got it taken care of for the next 3 years. I think we could have it taken care of for the next 3 years, but I think renewable annually would be a way of holding our feet to the fire to get on with hiring somebody. That would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if I may, the challenge we face here and is that council is not the one hiring this position, so we don't have the hiring contract. What we have to do per provincial government is appoint a deputy CBO, and then it's up to the CAO through the Human Resources Department to determine how the contract with that individual reads. Ms. Nicholson.
Just on another note, since we are training, that is the whole part of the succession planning. It is to train people currently internally to have them prepared and able, up and running, full-time, completely qualified by the time we are done with Mr. Fedori's services.
Councillor Cooper?
I haven't really moved very far from what I was suggesting, and I'm not suggesting that our CAO need to take direction from council. I'm just making a suggestion that we might want to consider an annual renewal on this and effectively make sure that we're sort of going after the training and or maybe we'll recruit somebody along the way that if we keep after it, rather than say, well, we've got it covered for 3 years. That's my only suggestion. It is to our CAO, Mariotti, that I make the suggestion. That's not council demand. And I understand that. Thank you. It's his purview as the CAO. Our purview is hiring a CAO, and it's the CAO that takes responsibility from direction from us. Thank you.
For our role as council, we have, I would argue, 3 options. One is to simply appoint Mr. Fedori as our deputy CBO. We could make the appointment to, say, the end of December, and then that would force us to do a renewal every year. That's one option we could do. And the other thing is whenever we make a bylaw, we always have the option to repeal it sometime in the future. So even though we are appointing him as CBO, if some point in the future we don't want him to be deputy CBO based on staff recommendation, for instance, we can always appeal the bylaw. So in other words, in one sense, we're not locked into stone with this, you get locked into stone, whatever the expression is, with this motion. Councillor Hazelton, please, followed by Councillor Bolchak.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the idea of what you just described, that we're not locked in. Start the video, lower the hand. I think that I was a little concerned when I heard Tammy say we've got a contract, a 3-year contract, which seems to conflict with what you just stated, Mayor. And so if what you have stated is the intent, then perhaps the contract is a 1-year renewable with a potential expectation of, you know, up to 3 years. But, you know, I think that what Councillor Cooper was driving at is trying to squeeze blood out of a stone, so to speak, raising the sense of urgency, looking for staff when we know there's no staff out there. But I think keeping the sense of urgency high for a permanent addition to the team, I think is a good thing. Anyways, just my comments.
I think we have to be a little bit careful that we're not directing the CEO or our Director of Human Resources as to how they should negotiate with any particular employee, because that's their realm. What's in front of us right now is whether or not we agree per staff recommendation to appoint Mr. Fedori as our Deputy Chief Building Officer. And I'm going to go to Councillor Bocek, to whom I must apologize, because I had put down a B to follow up with you after Councillor Wienko, and I skipped it, and I apologize for that.
That's fine. My question, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question probably is directed at Tammy. If I was hired by a corporation or hired by a municipality on a 3-year contract, and the council revoked a bylaw, in essence making my contract null and void, I would be getting a labor lawyer and coming after the township for the 3 years that I signed a contract for. So I would like an answer when it comes to financial consideration and contractual agreements. If we give Fedori a 3-year deal, are we held financially responsible for that contract?
So we have a termination clause in the contract, and just for clarification, that contract's already been signed. So there's a termination clause right in the contract. So in terms of financials, I would have to, you know, break it all down, but notice period is always available. So, and it is essentially a contract. It's not a permanent full-time position.
And if I may, the resolution in front of us does not have a timeline in it. It's simply we're currently appointing Mr. Fedori as the Deputy Chief Building Official.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that, but the considerations that are involved around that are certainly important. The resolution doesn't get into the specifics. It's simply wanting us to approve. And in order for me to approve, I would like to know the details. And that's what Mrs. Martin has given me. And hence, that's why I think a 1-year renewable contract would have been what I would have went with, but we didn't. We've gone ahead and signed the agreement on a 3-year term. And I think that could be problematic in the future moving forward.
Clerk White.
I just have concerns about the direction of this conversation, and perhaps it should go into closed, but she'll continue this.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. If we're not willing to simply pass this bylaw as requested, and we are talking about a particular individual, we want to make sure we don't break confidences in open session. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. If it's already been signed, I'm failing to see why we're even discussing this. And I do agree with Councillor Bocek. We are setting ourselves up. So I'm sorry. It's nothing to do with the individual. It's the way that this is being presented is concerning to me. Thank you.
There are certain positions that we are, as council, required to make these appointments, including, for instance, our clerk is another example. And so this is not anything out of the ordinary in that sense. But if you want to discuss more details about contracts, whatever, we have to go, I think, into close. Councillor Douglas.
I personally don't see a problem with this, to be honest with you. I think Mr. Fedori has served our township well for many years, and could be advantageous to have him back on staff as the deputy CBO until a permanent person is sourced out. We have a tremendous shortage out there for various positions, and CBOs building inspectors and planners are right on the top of the list to my knowledge. So I personally think that our staff has probably crossed their T's and dotted their I's in regards to a contract that I believe there was mention in there of some sort of out clause of time. So I personally don't have a problem with this.
I also want to point out, if I may, that if we don't have a deputy CBO, that anytime Ms. Nicholson is not available to work, for instance, if she were to get permission to take a vacation, we'd have to appoint a temporary CBO each time that happened. And I think that's one of the things that are saved by having a deputy CBO appointed, which means that the deputy CBO does not have any additional privileges really, other than covering for the CBO when the CBO is not available. Okay, let's go to Councillor Jarvis. I don't think you've spoken yet.
No, I'm a little bit concerned, but I think I just need some clarification. I can do that offline. But a deputy CBO would be taking all direction from the CBO, as I understand things. I have confidence in our CBO, so I'm prepared to let this one go through.
All right, Councillor Cooper, I think you've already spoken a couple of times to this, but let's go for another round.
Simply want to suggest that the points that have been raised by Councillor Bocek are valid, and the only way I can see that we're going to get all the information is to have a short discussion in closed session to understand all the terms.
Let's move this into closed then.
Thank you.
I'm concerned that we may not get everybody voting on it, and I don't want to have it turned down and open. Okay, what are you giving to me here? Okay, we're going into closed already, aren't we? Okay, the next on our agenda by coincidence is going into closed, as it turns out. So, whereas section 230, just moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis, whereas section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in section 239(2). And whereas the Council of Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following section of 239(2). 1. Council closed minutes of June 6, 2022. 2. Legal file listing, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And 3. Building department staffing, labor relations, or employee negotiations. Now be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves into closed council at 1:33 p.m. And maybe I should add, and be resolved, it gets a pen that works. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are now going into close. Does that mean everybody signs out and signs back in? So you know the routine. Strangely, now that I'm in this building, I don't have to do the routine.